To order, roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays,
Present.
Ms. Lewis is not in. Mr. Murphy,
Present.
Ms. Priestley,
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns,
Present.
Ms. Harkenroder,
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Ms. Worthing is not in. You have 5 members present.
We have 5 members present. Without,
Point of order.
what's your point, Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I'd like to, right now, at this moment, have a moment of silence for Commissioner Nolan, former Councilman Nolan, as I learned of his passing earlier today.
That's exactly what I was going to do. Let's rise and give Mr. Nolan a moment of silence. Thank you. Without objection, I'd like to move the executive closed session to an after council response. Okay, so ordered. Public speaking. Is there anyone who'd like to address council?
Hello, City Council. I'm R.L. Mitchell. And to you, Madam Chair Priestley, about injustice, international injustice, to you, to Madam Burns, Lady Burns, you see my 3rd Ward Council over there, Murphy, he lost his cool the last environment injustice on the city of Flint, and he tore up the subpoena to go to court.
Point of order.
And I think what you respond to, how do you?
I just got a text that they don't have any kind of sound.
What? That was the problem. Like I was saying, Madam Burns.
Excuse me, Paul, they don't have sound.
Oh,
Okay, go ahead.
okay. Like I say, my name is R.L. Mitchell. And Ms. Priestley, Madam Chair, I'm going to talk about environment injustice about my 3rd Ward Councilman. But through you to Madam Burns, how you gonna deal with this situation that our councilman lost his cool and environment injustice for the people? And I want you to respond to that for the people can know how this is injustice for the people. And Madam Jones, the First Lady of Holy Temple of Margaret Jones over at the Shingles, pray for her that the environment of the Ajax can destroy all the peoples over there before we deal with this. It's injustice. I can't hardly announce it. Environment injustice kill us all. And you have to respond to it, Madam Burns, since this is your special order, because we don't want our 3rd Ward Councilman to lose his school anymore farther. Because to start from Pasadena, where Miss Inez Brown got me out of there just in the nick of time with her shells and muss, and all her shells is loaded, and she shall be in a. Oh, that's my time up? Well, thank you very much.
My next public speaker.
Hello, can y'all hear me? So my name is Chelsea Brown. So I'm here on 2 things. One thing, can we please move the agenda along with too many points of orders or information and no argument? We done took a big loss in the city of Flint today. So we have to take in mind that we need to take care of ourselves also, even though we do our due diligence to the community. Second of all, I see that we have the Esther House on the agenda. My whole point with the Esther House, if the person cannot purchase all that property, I don't want to split it up a building here, a building there. I want them to be able to buy the whole property as a whole and be able to maintain all that property. So that's my remarks for today. Thanks.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Good evening, council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. My name is Frank Prekides. I'm here representing the Flint City Golf LLC as its sole owner. We currently have the contract to operate Kersey Lake and Swartz Creek golf courses through December 1st, 2023, and we've operated these facilities since 2012. I currently reside at 1815 Kenwood, located in the 8th Ward. I've been a lifelong resident of Flint, having attended schools here from K through 12th grade. I'm a 1978 graduate of Flint Southwestern. I also hold a bachelor's degree from MSU and MBA from U of M Flint. I'm also the principal owner of Prekides CPA firm located in the city of Flint on West Court Street. I've done that for about 20 years. Let me start by saying that over the last 10 plus years, Flint City Golf has made tremendous strides. We took over a golf product that had been losing money and was in decline. Flint City Golf was granted an original contract to operate in March of 2012 as we won the bid as the only company that offered a payment for rent to the city of Flint. After 2 years, the city was satisfied with our progress, and the contract was renewed in 2014 for an additional 10 years. The golf operation has improved each year, mainly due to the efforts of our employees. An organization is only as good as the people who represent it, and the Flint City Golf is no different. We've assembled a professional, competent, and diverse staff who care deeply about these properties, as most of them have played these courses since they were young. Our vision from the start was to keep these courses as a going concern, and we've achieved our goal of finding those employees who shared the same vision. A vision strictly focused on money and profits simply was not going to work. Municipal golf here in Flint was built on value, service, and a hometown experience, and it was our goal to continue these important principles. I believe we've achieved this goal and will strive to continually improve upon them. Profits have been reinvested to improve the golf course, purchase equipment, and upgrade the buildings. Also during this time, we've forged numerous relationships which have been vital to our success, which include Flint Junior Golf, Golf Association of Michigan, area schools, neighborhood groups, churches, and the Chamber of Commerce, to name a few. Partnering with these various organizations has made us better and greatly enhanced our visibility and reputation in the community.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Can I continue?
We'll
Please.
have an opportunity to allow your time. We can call you up and
I
have,
only got I got like not even a minute left.
without objection.
Thank
Okay,
you.
go ahead.
Thank you. Flint City Golf employs around 30 people in various capacities. This includes grounds, pro shop, bar staff, and administrative. My CPA firm is able to perform the payroll function along with all the accounting and tax administrative duties at no cost to the company. I also serve as the director of golf, for which I don't take a salary. We also believe that the prestige of the city of Flint has been enhanced by operating a first-class facility. Surrounding neighborhoods are enhanced when courses are in pristine condition. City residents have told me personally that they are extremely happy for this and various other reasons. You will hear from them, some of them tonight. It is also important for the city to have these facilities operating for its residents, as it gives them a sense of pride that golf is still part of the community as it's been for decades. I hear many of the compliments from out-of-towners about City of Flint golf experience who frequent Kersey Lake and Swartz Creek. Many of these people come from areas where municipal golf is a thing of the past. We also have a bar and restaurant and banquet facilities that are available to the general public. In conclusion, as you all know, we've submitted a proposed contract extension for 5 years with an additional 5-year option. We think the proposal is fair, especially given the fact that we try to balance a reasonable price against the rising costs of operating a business in these challenging times. It's my opinion that changing operators would be a risky move, especially since Flint City Golf has shown a history of success. Why risk a change when the current situation is working fine while continuing a good working relationship with the city of Flint? In conclusion, I would be happy to provide any information that would make your decision-making process an easier one. Thanks again for your time and consideration in this matter. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Good evening, council. Well, it's kind of hard to follow my boss there, but it was very good, Frank. My name is Joseph Glenn. I'm a golf course superintendent at Flint City Golf, both Swartz Creek and Kearsley Lake. I've got an extensive background in golf. I started here in Genesee County at Genesee Hills. I worked at Flint Golf Club for one season, and I left for Scottsdale, Arizona. In Scottsdale, I became a golf pro for 8 years. I returned to Flint when I was 32. I spent 11 years at the Water Service Center, and then I returned to Flint City Golf. Just like Frank said, this company that was developed back in 2012, we walked into a situation at both properties where they were decapitated. There was, the grass was 2 foot high. We have spent a lot of time, the company, the employees, to keep this project going. And each year it's gotten better and better and better. I guess my whole point is I don't really want to throw it away over a few dollars. I wish the two parties could get together and get this thing solved. It's great. It's great to work there. We have a great staff. We've improved the golf courses. At Kersey, we changed tees. At Swartz, we've done the same thing. We just finished up a drainage project. We're putting money back into it. We've never really had a problem with the public. They've all appreciated what we've done. I just hate to give it up over a couple of dollars right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker?
Good afternoon. My name is Norflet Reeves. I'm a resident of the city of Flint, and I'm also an employee over at Swartz Creek Golf Course. I work in the pro shop, and I also work in the outside, cutting grass and doing all different types of things. But as far as working in the pro shop, we see a lot of people who come in and they've been playing golf for many years, and it's a place that everybody can come to, and everybody is friendly to everybody. And a lot of people, they say they would rather play here in the city of Flint than go somewhere else to play. I don't know if any of you play golf or if any of you have been out to the facilities. You will see whenever you're out there, everybody is friendly, from outside to inside. People will speak, and it's just a wonderful place to work and also a wonderful place to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker?
Good evening, and thank you for letting me address you. My name is Michelle Patton. I am the current director of the Flint Junior Golf Program. I would like to say that the Flint Junior Golf Association is the longest-running junior golf program in the United States. Its origin predates World War II, with the 1939 being its inaugural year. Tens of thousands of area youth have benefited from the program for its over 80 years of existence. For 50 of those years, Swartz Creek and Kearsley Lake golf courses have been critical supporters of the program. Quite simply, without their support, the Flint Junior Golf Program would have ceased to be a viable entity years ago. This has been especially true over the past decades while the courses have been under the leadership of Mr. Prekides. During this period, in the Flint Junior Golf Program's reliance on these courses has increased as access to other area courses has become more challenging. Over that time, the accessibility and conditions of these two courses has also dramatically improved, making the experience for our young participants both valuable and enjoyable. The Flint area has experienced numerous challenges over the past few decades. When some of those challenges left the existence of Swartz Creek and Kearsley Lake golf courses in jeopardy, Mr. Prekides stepped forward and ensured the continuation of both. All of us involved in the Flint Junior Golf Program are appreciative of him for doing this, and I can't imagine this program persisting at its current level of success without his support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker?
Thank you, Council. Mike Perillo. I'm going to come at this from a little bit of a different perspective. I'm a member at Flint Golf Club, a private club here in the city, a jewel here in the city. And I think these courses that Mr. Prekides runs at Swartz Creek and Kearsley Lake are the jewel of the public courses in this city because of the job that he did. And without his vision 10, 12 years ago and the vision of Attorney Tom Warda, God rest his soul, I don't know that those courses would be viable entities today. And so one thing that I have learned in my association with Flint Golf Club as a former president of that establishment in 2015, it is hard to run a golf course. There's a lot of hats you have to wear if you want to do it and you want to do it well. And Frank, who's a friend of mine, Mr. Prakides, who's a friend of mine, and as he alluded to, he wears many of those hats himself. And to expect someone else to come in and do the things that he does as a CPA, as the director of golf, as someone who knows the business after being involved in it for 10 years is foolhardy, to be frank. And I think that we need to recognize when we have a good thing here in the city, and these two golf courses are run professionally. The staff is outstanding. The facilities are outstanding. They're a place to congregate and a place to be able to enjoy what this city has to offer. And in a city that struggles in so many different arenas and so many different areas, these two golf courses and the job that Mr. Prakides has done over the years really speaks to his professionalism and his dedication to the city. And you've heard what his background is as a longtime resident and of the city and how much he cares about what he's doing. And as a final note, live in the neighborhood on Hawthorne and the golf courses. I'm on Swartz Creek quite a bit, walking, playing, and it's just a great place, and it has been since Frank took over, and I think we should keep it the way it is.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Good evening, council. My name is Jill Hendricks. I work for Flint City Golf. And I would like to know if this contract goes to public bid, will the council require new leaseholders to run Kersley Lake and Swartz Creek as a public golf course and prohibit other business ventures? Or will they allow it to be used for other businesses, like the talk of a landscaping company wanting to lease it for their business? If the talk is true and council members help this movement, it would disrupt the purpose of these golf courses. Frank Prakides has maintained the integrity of these courses and honored the history behind the courses, respecting the parks and recreation element that every vibrant city needs. Please renew his lease. He is all heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Good evening, council. I live in the neighborhood and I've been.
Could you state your name, please?
Yes, my name is Tammy Perillo and I live on Hawthorne Drive as well. And I've been here for over 34 years. And so I went through the transition when the city was running Swartz Creek Golf Course, and under the city's operation, it kind of fell apart. And there was, some break-ins there. They, were unable to continue to maintain it. The grass grew up and it was really unsightly, and it was not a positive attribute for our community and for the people that use the golf courses and enjoy golf, in the city. My concern is if it's turned over to put out to bid and somebody takes it over and they get in over their head and start operating the business and it falls apart, then what? So right now we've got something that works and it works really well. Everybody's happy with it. Everybody in the community benefits from it. And so I'm hoping that the council takes that into consideration when they make this decision as to whether or not to put it out for bid. I'm of the opinion if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And right now we have a really good thing going, and I'm hoping that we can continue in the same direction that we've been in for the last 10 years.
Thank you.
Thank you, council.
Next public speaker.
Excuse me. My name's Tim Thomas, lifelong Flint resident, live in the neighborhood. The course hasn't looked better in the last 10 years. Frank, born and raised here, grew up playing golf on that course, lives across the street from that golf course, has a personal interest. So in the council, when you're doing your due diligence and reviewing all contracts, hopefully you'll take into consideration someone's personal interest in this. He's not in it for the money. He just wants to preserve the jewel that we have. It's never been better. And I hope you take that into consideration making your decisions.
Thank you. Next public speaker? Any other public speakers? Okay, we'll go into council response. Anyone wish to address the public? Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I listened to the speakers, and it seemed like it was more than 2 or 3 as it relates to the golf course resolution that's before us. We have other business before us, and I don't know how much time you have. But in government, sometimes it takes time, even to get to an agenda item. I'm hearing that they want to go into closed session. And I've noticed people who come with good issues, but they don't have time to stay and wait till we get to that issue. If there's more that I need to hear from y'all when we get to that agenda item, I can call you up. You can get more time. Just indicate and let me know. I've heard what's been said. I hope some or all of you have time on your hands. Each one of y'all have some of value, and then we'll get to that business item. So let's see what happens. I'm curious to talk about that, but I got to do it in a certain order. So I look forward to the conversation. I look forward to the decision that I have to make, and I look forward to study gathering the information that we need to make a good decision for what's best for the city of Flint. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address? Yes, Mr. Murphy.
Yes, thank you. Thank you guys so much for coming. Finally, I get to see who is partners with the Flint Golf Course that is in the 3rd Ward. So it's good to put a face with agenda item, because had we passed this when it originally came, we would have just passed a lease agreement to a golf course where Councilman Murphy wouldn't have been able to put a face with a golf course, because I don't know what. This councilman don't work that way, first of all. Secondly, $575 projected a month for a golf course. That's cheaper than what we got on the legislative resolution that's dealing with some apartments that they're getting ready to build downtown. When you talk about the market rate and you look at it, you got an apartment that is going for $620 for a 605 for a studio apartment, and what, $1,000 for a 2-bedroom. This is just for a studio apartment that they're getting ready to try to build downtown in the YMCA. Where they do that at? When I look at my numbers, $575 a month, $6,000 a year is low. I'm not knocking what y'all done. What y'all just came up here and said at this podium is real good. I love the golf course and how y'all been keeping it up for 5 or 10 years. But basically, one of the takeaways that I just heard was that you guys want us to almost kind of lock y'all in to a rent, and after that, we might as well just turn it over and give it to y'all. I ain't sold on it right now. I'm not saying y'all don't need it, and I'm wrapping up, but $575, that's real low. I'm not saying y'all shouldn't get it, but that's a low cost for me, and we already broke.
Any other council like to respond to the public? Yes, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. And I want to respond to Ariel, the environmental injustice. We know that it happens in communities, especially where there's minorities and lower income, and there's a certain type of demographic. I don't know what you were reading to where you stated it was mine, but I will talk with you afterwards. I want to make sure I address you. and to Ms. Brown about the House of Esther. Our property disposition policy doesn't allow us to ask people what they're going to do with with any property that's sold. It's not in there for that. And to the golf club, I don't even call myself a golfer. I have pink clubs and no one wants to golf with me, but I learned how to golf to do business. A lot of business is done on the golf course, but I'm very good at driving the cart. Flint is known, I went to Pierce, there was a golf course, and I went to Pierce Golf Course. So having those in our community, I know they are important. And I have Mott Park in my ward, which the residents maintained Mott Park Golf Course since 2012, the same time when you acquired that property. And they are very happy that they don't have to maintain it. But I'm lucky because that will be a state park now. There's a lot of work that goes into that. I think that when we look at it, someone stepped up and said, it's probably the money issue that people are looking at, but then there's also where I will be looking at, is it a benefit to the community? And that to me is something that I will weigh in. And when it's a benefit to the community, it becomes something that's priceless. We have them here. And I know the burden that a golf course can be on a community and the homes surrounding it, because Mott Park has that along with Glendale Hills. So I understand the importance of that and maintaining it. You've done a beautiful job, and everything should not just go because it's the highest price. I don't believe in that. If it's a benefit to the community, and I'm going to wrap up, Madam Chair, and I've been in this community my whole life, and I've been as a child, and it's something I would like to see maintained and kept up. So as we move into our next, I hope that we can have further conversations on about the golf club. Thank you, Madam Chair, for indulging me.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? I will. Chelsea, we'll do our best to move the meeting along. RL, I know I addressed you. Thank you for coming and speaking to us every week. We appreciate it. In regards to the golf course, I can understand a low price for the rent on the golf course. And I drive by Ridgefield Road all the time, so I always see the backside of Grizzly Lake Golf Course. I'm not a golfer myself. But my understanding is that the personal property tax aspect of the low price has been neglected on the city's part. And I have no problem renting as a low rent in order to get that tax money. That's, as an accountant, I'm looking for the dollars. And I appreciate everybody's comments, and I know people who have golfed as part of the Flint Junior Golf Club or association. I know of my very first client's daughter progressed through that and went to college on a golf scholarship. So they didn't have to come up with any money for their golfing. So that's something that we have to think about as we go forward. So I appreciate everybody who came in. Thank you. Okay, can I have a motion to go into closed session? Attorney Bush, would you please state the purpose?
Yeah, Madam Chair, the Department of Law requests that council meeting closed session to consult regarding trial and/or settlement strategy in connection with Brewer versus City of Flint and Van Kuren, case number 20-CV-10315, and Baker et al. Versus City of Flint et al., case number 19-113438-CD.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mace.
Yeah, I heard him say he requests to go into closed session, but I didn't hear the language of the clause that said discussion in an open session might have a detrimental effect, or I didn't hear the reason by law that you're asking us to vote to go in executive session. If you can clarify that,
Sure.
I would really consider.
It's under Section 8E of the Open Meetings Act, as discussion in an open forum would potentially affect the city's interests and ability to resolve and litigate these matters.
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Mace.
I'll make the motion to go into closed session on those two cases at this time, and I so move.
There's been a motion to go into closed session. Is there a second? Support. It's been moved and seconded to go into closed session. Madam Clerk,
No, point of order, Madam Chair. Any discussion on the motion?
is there any discussion to go into closed session? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mace.
Through you to the city attorney, if you have any idea about how long will this closed session last, do you have an idea? I know you can't determine council's part of that, but I don't want these people to not know.
I can speak to Brewer versus City of Flint and Ventura, and that's a case I've been dealing with. I don't think that would be a significantly long period of time, but my knowledge of the Baker matter is that there are a number of plaintiffs, and that could take a fair amount of time. I don't know that I can give an exact amount, but
I got a feel, and I wouldn't want to mislead the people here for the golf course or the people that's here for the YMCA. And that looked like basically what I see here in the audience with business before us. I see the attorneys sitting back there, and most of the time when we have business, we seem to lean toward the attorneys in the closed session, and sometime, in my opinion, we need to switch that around. We need to sometime let the lawyers, and I call the lawyers and others big shots, sometime we need to let them wait and deal with the medium shots or the little shots as it relates to business. It might not happen this time, but I wanted to have that in discussion because, I know technically I could ask to table this and get Swartz Creek in and out of here before the executive session, but who's ever making the agendas and the council when we continually vote on certain business, I just want to throw that out there for now. It might be another half an hour or so wait, but it's worth the wait to take care of the business. As I talk to the Swartz Creek people, when you're dealing with government, it's worth the wait. As we deal with the YMCA and others, all business is important. So God bless us all as we do the best we can. But, I'm for consistency, but I'm also for deviating when it comes to big shots, medium shots, and little shots. Thank you so much.
Is there any other person who'd like to discuss this? Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Mays,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Pfeiffer is not in, Ms. Worthing is not in. Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no to go into closed session. We are adjourned for closed session. Not adjourned. I don't know what to say about
Recess.
recess, whatever. Recess. 7:11, and I'm calling the meeting to return to order, whatever.
Yes.
Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays?
Present.
Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Priestley?
Present.
Mr. Carter?
Present.
Ms. Barnes?
Present.
Ms. Harkemaier?
Present.
We have 7 members present.
7 members present, excuse me.
Madam,
Mr. Murphy.
yes. I need to excuse myself. I'm just not in a good space today due to the loss of Brian Nolden. So I just need to remove myself from the meeting today. I'll be back Monday, hopefully in a better spirit. But at this point in time, emotionally, I just can't continue to be here today.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you.
Okay, we're down to special orders, and without objection, I would like to move these, postpone these until the first meeting in January. So ordered.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Mays.
as it relates to that, both of those special orders, I'm interested in. I don't care what it say, but MERS, I know I had asked that be a special order. We've been putting it off and putting it off. The other one, dealing with the House of Esther, I've been dealing with that for years. I don't care what the agenda say. I had some communication with Yvonne Penn. I don't want it put off to the first of the year. Don't we have other committee meetings in December?
On December 19th, we have a all committee as well as council. So I felt that we would have more time to devote to those items in January.
I don't feel the same way. And
Okay.
so they're on the agenda now. I wouldn't oppose an objection moving them to the next committee meeting, but I would oppose and make an objection in January. So what I'm requesting is that you amend your order and they show up on the next committee meeting.
Okay,
Okay,
okay, I'll do that.
and
Thank
so
you.
that's so ordered.
So ordered.
Thank you.
So that would be on the December 19th committee meeting.
Madam Chair,
Both. Mr. Mays.
Madam Chair, I would move resolutions 220449, resolutions 220494, resolution 220505, resolution 220507, resolution 220508. And you can correct me in the middle of it if I'm wrong. 220509, 220510, 220511, 220512. Is there any add-ons?
No.
I would move those resolutions to council with any separations, and I so move.
Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and seconded to move a master resolution of 220449, 220494, 220505, 220507, 220508, 220509, 220510, 220511, and 220512 to council. Are there any separations?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Mays.
I know on this initial motion, we have 2 5-minute rounds. I know I have some discussion as it relates to the lease agreement with Swartz Creek Golf Course, but we've got to make some amendments one way or another if we move on that, because in the resolution it's spelled with a SCH versus a SW. Those are some typographical spellings of Swartz Creek. I noticed some of that. But I also have some discussion and communications as it relates to Ernst & Young, Office of Public Health. I guess my communications at this point is if we don't get enough information in these first 2 rounds, I don't think that I can't speak for you and or my colleagues, but after these initial discussions, I might have some separations. That would still be in order, correct?
Yes, sir. That is acceptable.
Okay, so through you, Madam Chair, I'll start with the Swartz Creek Golf Course group. Who is the main person who want to speak to me in relation to that? Through you, to that group, Madam Chair, I would ask that the gentleman who raised his hand be able to approach and communicate. Sir, can you state your name for the record and any position you hold with this particular LLC or company or corporation or sole proprietorship?
Yeah, my name's Frank Preketes.
Your name is what?
Frank Preketes, Preketes.
And you hold what position?
I'm the owner, sole owner of Flint City Golf LLC.
And so what is it, a corporation, a partnership, a sole proprietorship?
It's an LLC. It was
Okay.
formed as an LLC.
Okay.
Point of information. Is that a single member LLC?
No, it has a
multiple.
S election,
Oh, thank you.
has an X election, yes.
It's got a what?
It's got what we call an S election. So for tax purposes, it's treated as an S corporation instead of an LLC, but it was
Do
formed.
you have a board?
Yeah, me. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so whatever the technicalities is, we
Yes.
talking to you,
That's
and
correct.
you are the person who's the main decision maker.
Yes.
You alone in
Yes.
this LLC.
That's correct.
Mr. Frank, what did you say your last name was?
It's Preketes with a P.
Say it slow so I can say Mr. versus Mr. Frank.
Preketes.
Preketes.
Yeah. that's correct.
Preketes.
Preketes, correct.
Did I say it right?
Yes, you did.
And if I'm a little off, forgive me. Mr. Preketes,
Yes.
you've had this contract with the city since when?
Since 2012.
2012. Did you have to bid on it?
Yes, sir.
And you was the lowest responsible builder, is that your understanding?
Yeah, I guess we were the highest bid, as I understood it.
Well.
Yeah, in terms of
okay,
money,
So it
yeah.
was the reverse.
Yes.
We wasn't looking for the lowest responsible, we were looking
Yeah.
for the best deal.
Yeah, that's
Did
correct.
it go out for bid this year? Do you know?
No, it did not. Wait, does this, the actual, if I may, the contract expires on December 1st, 2023. So we have one more year left on the existing contract. So we were trying to get out ahead of it because there's a lot of windup issues once you get to the end of the year. So if the city went in a different direction, I'd want to make sure that the transition went correctly because there's a lot of winterization issues and stuff like that. I just wouldn't want to step out of it and have someone come back, you know,
Yeah.
3 or 4 months later, which could be a potential problem.
That's smart and responsible. Madam Chair, through you to the purchasing manager or director, if that person is here, I would like to talk to that person as well.
Okay,
Is that person here?
she's coming.
Okay. Excuse me, Mr.
Preketes. Preketes.
Preketes.
Preketes, yes, sir.
Prek or Prek?
Preketes.
Preketes.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. Don't go too far, man.
Okay.
But I want to hear what the city have to say about whether they plan to put this out for bid. Step to the side and give us some room. Do the city plan to put this out for bid, or did they plan it?
This has not been brought to my attention, so I'm not sure of the plan of that.
Did you know that he had 1 year left in his contract?
No, not necessarily, because I'm not sure that something like this, I'd have to look into it more, would go through purchasing as a lease. I mean, it's more property versus goods and services, so I would have to find that out.
Well, when can we find that out? By Monday?
What do you exactly want to find out?
I want to find out if his communications is accurate. Do he have 1 more year left before we even
I would-
look at?
I would probably refer to the law department if they have the lease or the contract on hand with that. That's not something that we would
Okay, I
particularly
understand.
retain, so.
Thank you, I
Yeah.
understand, but
Yep.
let me ask you this question. He said that he won a bid in the some previous administration. How long was that bid for, Mr. Perkins?
Well, if I may, as I recall, the bid that was in 2012,
2012?
yes, and it was a 2-year deal. And then 2 years later, the city was satisfied in the way that we were operating. And so they extended the lease for
That's what
10
I'm-
years from that point.
That's what I want to
Yeah.
hear that with her. I want to see when it was.
That's my
Had it
understanding.
been new bids or extensions through you to the purchase and management person? Do you be involved in extensions, or that would be legal as well?
Like I said, I've done bid extensions for goods and services.
You have.
Yes, I have.
Okay, so I'm barking up the right tree. Hold on one
But
second.
this is a lease agreement. This isn't goods or services, so this
I
could be
understand,
different.
but you've been involved in some type of extensions, correct?
Correct.
Okay, through you to the city attorney. Mr. City Attorney, do you know the details of this lease agreement and any extensions, and if not, can you have information to me by Monday?
I believe so. I can have the information. I'm looking at the resolution, and it talks of the current lease ending in 2023 and a proposal for the new lease agreement from 2023 through 2028 with an option for another 5 years.
Okay, so this is more of an extension. I want you to see if that's correct. So far, you batting 1,000, Mr. Perkins, because I premise my stuff and information on good information. Thank you, Madam Purchasing Director. Mr. City Attorney, for right now, I could separate it and move it to special affairs, but I'm gonna just wait till some more discussion happen in these rounds. I see clearly what's going on. The money amount, is that a fair amount for you?
Yes, it is. And I knew that would probably be an issue at some point.
Why?
Well, because it appears on its face, if you have not been involved in the golf course business, that it may be quite a bit low. But if you look at why the city got out of the business in the first place, they were hemorrhaging money. And there's a lot of municipalities, or a few that I've heard, that actually pay a management company to come in and run the courses for them. And that was one of the bids, as I understood it early on, when we put our first bid in, that some of that stuff was happening. We actually offered some money. It doesn't seem like it's much, but there's so
Let
many.
me stop you there if I may.
Yeah.
You've been operating it since 2012,
Correct.
so that's almost 10 years.
Yes.
Have you lost money or made money?
Well, we've been breaking even pretty much, because all the money that we've made.
Pretty much. Have
Yeah.
you lost money or made
Some
money?
years we've made some money, some
that's
years that
good.
we've lost some money. Yeah.
So it's been back and
It's
forth.
been back and forth. And to expound on that, the equipment and a lot of the property needed a lot of work and upgrades. And I mentioned that earlier. So any of the profits that we're generating, I'm trying to reinvest back into buying new equipment, because some of the equipment that we took on and paid
Let
for
me
early
interrupt
on.
you. I ain't tripping.
I
You
know.
done lost money and made money.
Yeah, correct.
I think I'm getting close to ready to vote for you. That's just me. I ain't tripping.
Thank you.
You want me to take a breath and see what everybody else is saying?
Yes, sir.
Everybody wants me to take a breath. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns?
Thank you, Mr. Prakatis.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
I hope if I didn't say it correct,
You
I
said it correctly.
apologize in advance.
You're fine, that's
Um,
correct.
I do understand when we were having the conversation about the properties and then what, the golf courses and maintain them. One of my concerns, and I think when we've had some conversations, and I know you have the cannabis bashes there on the golf course?
Yeah, we've had those, correct.
And they do, it's the perfect place for it because they're outdoors.
Yes.
Point of information. What was your question to him?
They have the cannabis bash.
The cannabis bash?
Yes, Mr. Mays.
Which golf course?
Swartz Creek.
Okay.
So with the, you didn't have the marijuana laws, which were not in your favor there. How many years have you had the cannabis bash?
We've had them 2 years,
2 years, and how many times a year do you have them?
twice. Usually once in the spring and once in the fall.
And so I know you do vendors, there's a cannabis competition, and they go, is it just one day or?
They usually they do a golf outing. What we do is we just sublease the property to a third party.
Okay.
Like we do many times when we have golf outings, people want to come in, they want to bring in 100 people and have an outing and have dinner. They wanted to use the facility for the entire day. Usually they start in the morning and play golf, and then they have, music, they have bands playing till usually 9 o'clock, because we found out there's an ordinance, music or, noise ordinance. So by 9 o'clock, we've got to shut it down.
So you sublease it?
That's
So
correct.
It's not your event?
That's
It's
correct.
just an event that is held there?
That's correct.
And it's only at the one where there is the bar?
That's correct.
So how profitable is the bar there?
The bar, in terms of, you want me to say whether we make money or we don't?
Make it or can?
We make a little bit. We make a little bit. And the bar is essential because you have leagues and you have outings like you're talking about. And so without that, people are going to go elsewhere. Leagues aren't going to come without
People
that.
golf drink on the golf course.
Yes, correct.
Like I told you, I'm good at driving the golf cart, and they'll bring your drinks out to whatever hole that you're on.
That's correct.
So,
Yes, that's correct.
So with the cannabis bashes, you only have it at the one, only with the bar, not at the other one?
Yeah, we only have it at Swartz
You
Creek.
don't have it at Curls?
No, not at Curls Lake.
Okay. So I think one of the issues is the price being for, 1 year for 15,000. That when people, our councils kind of got their questions about that it is if you're making a profit. I know a food vendor made $20,000, I believe, at one of those events. So they're cleaning up.
Yes.
But it's the perfect setting to have that type of event, and marijuana is not going anywhere at all.
I agree with you.
It's not, it's here to stay. So the price with $15,000 per year, you get the lease of 2 golf courses. And I think that is probably the biggest concern. And how do you feel about if that was increased? You're making, we don't see your books, so.
Well, I'd be happy to give you a financial statement if that would help. Part of the issue with the golf is that if I've got, 50 people golfing, or if I have 1,000 people golfing, I still got to cut the grass, I got to fertilize the grass, I got to pay my employees, and we've got to water the grass. And so you have weather issues. And especially now, we're trying to keep the price. It's so $25 to $30 to play 18 holes. You can't go anywhere and get that. We do price comparisons every spring. I have my staff check all the local golf courses, and we're considerably lower than them for a reason, because I want to be that option for people in this city. It's always been that option. I think that's extremely important. I'm also able to derive some some economies of scale, if you will, because I'm a CPA and I run all the payroll out of my office and the tax work and the accounting work, any of the types of work that administratively you'd have to hire somebody else, a director of golf. That's me. I don't get paid. But I'm not in the business to lose money and dig in my pocket either. I totally understand that. But I think if it does seem in terms of the amount of money that you've referenced as a rent payment, you know, in the big picture, it seems kind of low. But if you were to see all the cash outlays and expenses that we have to deal with, it's actually fairly reasonable.
And if you could provide that, I think that would provide some clarity, because I think that's where the discrepancy or what people are looking at. It's a beautiful golf course. You've done a great job maintaining, and it shows to how you care for it. You can have the marijuana badge,
Right, and
which people love. So you
Right.
go have a great
Right.
event outdoors, and people, they enjoy going there. But if you can show, because there is maintenance when you have that type of facility, so that we can have a better understanding for all of us. If you could get that to us.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I could probably get it to you by Monday for sure.
So, Janelle, can you get it would it go to you, Davina, or to you, Janelle? Can you give it?
If I had an email address, I could get it to you. Absolutely.
Yep.
And I'd just like to say one thing about that. It's a good question in terms of the rent. You know, in $10 or $15 or $20,000 increase to us, you know, to pay you, I don't know how much in terms of the problems that kind of money is going to solve for the city. But for me, I can pass it along to my employees. We've been trying to give them a little bit of raises, and we've in our new contract, whether you've read that or not, we're going to split the city any major repairs. So if there's issues with the building, I know at Kersey Lake, it needs a new roof. We need a new roof for a couple of years. It's probably 20 grand for a roof over there. And as a normal situation, the landlord usually responsible for that. But I understand the predicament the city's in. So we've been working pretty well together with the facilities guys. And so when we have issues on the course, we kind of been able to resolve them without a lot of
So, Mr.
issue.
Turkety, so when the properties need something repaired, you have taken it on, the city is not repairing it?
For the most part, yes.
Okay, for the most, what are some of the things that the city has repaired?
We went a 50-50 on a new garage door over at Swartz Creek. We had a pump house issue last year, which was extremely expensive, so we went 50-50 on that. That pump house at Swartz Creek.
50-50? Can you recall?
Pardon me?
What was that 50-50?
It was probably, I think it was $4,000 or $5,000, so we split that in half.
Point of information. Through you to the speaker, is that language written into the lease agreement?
In the new agreement, it is. And in the old agreement, we had no language as to how that was going to be handled. In the new agreement, we entered some information about coming up with 2 or 3 bids. It's either 2 or 3 presented to the city, so we're transparent and going from there and saying, okay, which one are we going to use and get the problem solved.
And so, and I'm not gonna, our time is limited, so like I said, I wanted to make sure I got to my questions. So if you can provide those financials to us, because I think that would provide clarity. What are your plans for the next 5 years? Because your contract for 5 years, then with an extension. So what are your plans?
Well, in terms of the property itself.
What do you want to do with the golf course?
Yeah,
What is your vision?
We're constantly trying to improve the golf course. I mean, in my personal opinion, this year was our best year we've had conditioning wise. We've had a couple of guys that we brought on board that are extremely competent in supervision and superintendent, which we have at Swartz Creek. Joe behind me here, he's been at Kersey Lake. you know, he's kind of my overall guy. And we have a vision just to improve the conditioning of the golf course. We put in new tee boxes. We planted some trees. We did this fall, we did a new drainage project where there's some flood issues on number 4 at Swartz Creek. We've had issues there every year. We rented a trencher. We dropped in some lines. We're going to see how that's going to work. It just, some of these things you can't do all at one time, you know, so you got to just kind of finance them internally.
Right. So you say you have 30 employees.
Yes.
So you have, do you provide health insurance or?
No.
Okay, so
It's
you're
all
not able to do
seasonal.
that.
Pretty much
Seasonal.
everybody's seasonal because, you know, Mr. Murphy, I think earlier pointed out, we're only really open for 7 months. If you go from April to October, it's not a year-round business. So no, we don't provide health insurance.
So when you're stating you wanted to provide more benefits to your workers.
In terms of money, you know, just give them a raise, whether it be couple bucks an hour and most everybody, I don't know anybody that's making minimum wage. I think everybody's making $1 or so more than that, but
Can you tell me what you think would be the benefit of having this golf course to the community?
well, they help the neighborhoods that they're in. Obviously, they also provide a alternative to the guys and women that want to play all the time. Because some of these other golf courses, whether it be, you know, a private course or some of these other golf courses are like semi-resort courses, they're too expensive for the average person to spend 50, 60, 70 bucks to go out and play. We offer season passes. So people, you can buy a season pass for 600 bucks. It's a walking pass. You can play as much as you want. I mean,
What is a comparison at another golf course your same size?
probably Genesee Valley is a good comparison and maybe Brookwood out in Burton.
And how much is Brookwood seasonal passes?
Brookwood's is, I think ours is 600. Theirs is, I think, around 800 bucks.
Okay, so you're.
And you can only play Monday through Friday, where ours is 7 days.
Oh, you're 7 days.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Perkins.
Anything else?
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? In the first round, correct. Okay, I'm going to take my opportunity to speak. You know, I said I'm all for this for the city. And one of the things that surprised me was finding that there was no personal property tax bills on for either of the properties. And I guess what I was told is that was an oversight, that you should have been billed for personal property taxes. About how much money do you think you have in personal property out there?
Boy, that's a tough question. I mean, off the top of my head, some of it is city-owned.
Right,
Okay,
right.
so in terms of when we took over, basically the city, we had a separate rent payment, not only just for the property itself, but for the equipment. Okay, so at each place. And that was for the use of the equipment, the mowers, the tractors, et cetera. 12 years later, most of that equipment is pretty much in the graveyard. So over the last several years, we've been acquiring equipment, used equipment, obviously, because some of those mowers can be $100,000 a piece. So we've been, you know, piecemealing it over the last few years. I'm guessing, you know, with golf carts too, you're probably looking at around 300,000, 250 to 300,000.
Okay, and you're not adverse to paying that personal property tax, are you?
Well, I don't know how much it is. I mean, if it's reasonable, I probably wouldn't be averse to it. If it's going to put me out of business, then yeah, we might have a discussion for that.
I understand. But like I said, it's important that we protect the finances of the city as well as our resources. And from all I'm hearing is that they're beautiful golf courses and you're doing a beautiful job. So obviously we don't want to do that, but we also want to see an increase in the funding to the city. And if you have personal property out there, you are required to pay the personal property tax on it. And I think the city has been very lax in following personal property tax collections as well as
Right.
charging for personal property. So that's my biggest concern right there is that the personal property tax hasn't been paid. So that's where I'm coming from on that.
Okay. But maybe we have a discussion on that. I would be open for that.
Okay, thank you very much. Any discussion in the second round?
Yeah, Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Mays.
I'm gonna ask that, this particular resolution 220449 be separated. And the reason being is because of some of these typographical errors that one stick out to me is the spelling of Swartz Creek Golf Course. And so the only way, beg your pardon? Okay, you wouldn't have thought I wrote this up. But the point is, I'm gonna ask that it be separated. Don't get nervous. I'm just can't work with that last name. Don't get nervous, Frank, because
Okay.
this is a procedural thing that I want to straighten up. So I'm gonna ask that that be separated. And through you to the city attorney, can you provide me a copy of this lease agreement? Somebody got it. You got it, don't you, Frank?
Yes, sir. Yes,
But,
sir.
I want to see a copy of this lease agreement. I want to see if it can be put in my mailbox. For those who don't know, I'm not an email man. I'm a hard copy guy, old school. And so I want a copy of the lease agreement in my mailbox, hopefully by Friday. Is that asking too much?
I can make that happen, I think.
Okay, and whether you or the city attorney's office make it possible, you know where our office is at here on the 3rd floor.
I can find it.
Yeah, it's on the 3rd floor. As soon as you come out the elevator, you walk right into our office. And
Okay.
usually it's somebody there between 8 and 5. And if you give it to any of our staff, they'll run a copy and put it in my mailbox and give you a copy back. But technically and legally, the law department or somebody should provide me that copy. I want to look at it. Is there a clause in that lease agreement where you can give notice and get out of it?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Not that I'm aware of.
Because when you see them personal property taxes, it might want to make you, no, I don't know if that's true, but I want to look at that. I want to see if there's a notice to get out, maybe a year notice or something like that. You
Right,
might
right.
not never use it, but
Right.
I want to see if a get out clause is in there. So we could have notice, because you don't want the golf course to go to pots. I
No.
also heard you talk about subleasing. And that's allowed. If I want to do a tournament, I could come to you and maybe get it for the weekend.
That's correct.
And then I also want to see what one of your employees say. I think the gentleman said he works out there.
Joe.
Can you come forward, Madam Chair? Can he come forward? I want to hear what either or both of y'all. I want both of y'all to come forward. I'm finna check Mr. Frank out and see how it's going out there. Now, y'all might be some plants and y'all ain't got nothing but good to say. But, sir, what do you do out there?
I'm a golf course superintendent at Kersley. I do winter work at Swartz.
And what?
Grinding reels. Oh, yeah, sorry. Grinding reels during the wintertime, getting the equipment ready for the spring.
The work environment has been good for you, huh?
It's been great.
And how long have you been there?
I've been there since day one, March 28, 2012.
And you would want to see us approve this for 5 more years?
Yes, I would.
Let's see what the next person have to say. What position you work in?
I work in the clubhouse and also work out in the, cutting the field.
Which golf course?
Oh, Swartz Creek.
Swartz Creek. What you think about the work and the conditions?
Oh, I think they're great. I mean, I have no problem with them.
He overworking you, Frank?
No.
So you would recommend that we move forward?
Yes, I would.
Okay. So if I come to Swartz Creek, I might see you. I could go to either one and maybe see you. Who's the
Right.
next gentleman coming up? I'm know you from over the years, so you might have credibility depending on what you say. I respect you. But
if it
don't
means
say nothing
anything-
yet. Don't say nothing yet. If my brain is still working, you wasn't with the fire department, was it?
I was the fire chief,
That's what I thought. What's your name?
David Cox.
See there? I'm right, ain't I?
Yeah, you're right.
You out there, you familiar with it, or you just playing golf?
No. I work in the pro shop.
Huh?
I'm a pro shop attendant.
And so what you think?
I think it's a great deal.
You think we should move forward?
Absolutely.
Can you play golf?
Yes, sir.
Is he any good?
Pretty good.
What about Frank? Can he play?
Frank's good. And so can
That
Joe.
was gonna be my next question. What about these other guys?
They're better than me.
I ain't never really played but 2-3 times. That Don used to let me go out on his course. You think I can beat any of the 4 of y'all?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I'm just keeping it
I
real.
might have to take that challenge. I pride myself in whatever I do. I try to do it well. I appreciate y'all coming. And I'm telling you, Frank, I was looking at the 5 years. That's why I talked about the get out clause. The personal property tax, I ain't tripping about, but I'm gonna be eager to see what they are. Because if you helping us, I want to be able to help you in some kind of way. And so in the lease agreement, if I may wrap up, and I've separated, so we'll get a chance to talk more. But in the lease agreements we have with some other facilities, and I'm thanking Brent and Hasselbrink, when them repairs to our property get over $1,000, we get involved. So I want to look at this lease agreement based on what I know. Since you helping us, I want to see what I can do to help you. By Monday, we might be there. Them 2 ladies seem to be nodding their head. They support you.
I think so, yeah.
And that make a difference because all these guys and folks saying they can beat me in golf and I ain't never played. I don't know if I believe all of that. But Madam Chair, thank you. And we gonna talk again. Y'all might get me out on that golf course. If we play 1 hole and I win, you ain't gonna hear the end of it. I might not go to hole 9 or 18. Chief. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the second round on the master resolution?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I
Ms.
have a quick, well, Councilman Mays is taking Mr. Petit's time. Mr. P.
Point of information. You ain't mad at me. I was tighten up getting that lease agreement. I want to see.
I just want to see you out on the golf course trying to play golf.
Hey, put your money on me. 1 hole.
I have a quick question. Do city employees, people that live in the city, are they offered a discount?
No,
Okay.
not currently.
Okay, so everyone pays the same.
That's correct. You might be onto something.
I'm on to something because that would be a community benefit. I
Yes.
think that would be great and encourages people to visit one of the, a place that we have that's a gym in the city by offering if it's a city resident, offering them a discount because you want city residents who are extending this, because we all represent our wards, to be able to, afford it. I know you look at 600 and you're saying 800 for Brookwood. And what was the other golf course?
Genesee Valley.
Genesee Valley. And how much is Genesee Valley?
They don't have season passes as far as I
Okay.
know, right? They don't offer those.
So I think that I think that would be a good benefit if city residents were offered a discount. Because golfing is not really easy. I
No.
mean, I'm terrible at it.
We offer a discount for season passes if you buy early January and half of February. After the first of the year, we offer a discount on if you want to prepay them, so we can raise a little money early in the year to.
So what's
to
your
do-
prepaid discount?
It's 10%, usually
Oh, that's
50
it?
bucks. Yeah, $50, $60. If it's a $600 pass, it's $60.
Okay, So, but how many city workers do you, not city workers, I'm sorry, city residents, do you generally get people that come from outside of the area or within the city?
In terms of the pass holders or just in general open
Let's just say
play?
in general, combine both.
You know, I don't keep that data as far as when people come in as to where they're from, but as far as my best guess, I would say 40%, 50, maybe 40 to 50% of the people that come in live in the city limits.
And, okay.
Kearsley is a little funny because
Yeah.
it's, I don't know if you're
It's
familiar.
located- I am.
The way that location is
Yeah.
out there, it's like in the city annexed in, but all the surrounding is other areas.
So I think that would be a benefit. I mean, just like Mott Park, well, golf was not a golf course, it'll never be one because it wasn't maintained. It wasn't maintained to be a golf course, which is a lot of work. You know, they did maintain it by keeping the grass cut
Right.
at the Mott Park Association.
Right.
But it's not the same as a golf course and taking care of the greens at all.
That's correct.
And for them to not have that burden anymore, they're happy that
Yeah.
it'll be a state park. But it's a gym that the city, residents will be able to visit and participate in, and it's free.
I agree. It's got a
It's
different focus now. It's a different, situation over there, but at least it's viable and you have people using it. That's important.
Yeah, and I think that would draw more people. I think right now your biggest event, which is the one you subcontract, is the Weed Bash. What's the Weed Bash?
It's the 420 event, I think he calls
Yeah,
it.
you got 420 and you got some 420s. I didn't know what 420 was. I thought it was an area code at first a few years ago. So, but the events, I am told that they have a great time out there.
They do.
And that it's packed.
And they
That it's
behave.
packed.
And they
So,
behave.
If you would, if you would consider that, I think it's a great benefit to the residents. If you're offering a city discount for residents who live within the city limits, because if we look at if you're golfing any other place in Michigan, what are some of those rates?
Well, I know in the area that I'm familiar with, if you play, let's say at Sugar Bush, which is Davison, you're probably on the weekend looking at $65, $70. Out on the Majestic, and there's the Coyote Preserve out on 23, you're probably looking similar, $60, $70.
$60, $70
For 18 holes.
For 18 holes.
Yeah,
So if you play golf 3 days a week, then you're going to be multiplying that.
yes.
So you consider your, the one that you're managing, the one that you're leasing to be fair and economical.
Absolutely. If you're playing that much, we encourage people to buy the season pass. So it allows you to play unlimited walking. And if you decide you want to take a golf cart, you can take a golf cart for $7 and play as much as you want. And that's what a lot of people that are doing exactly what you're talking about, to play 3-4 days. Some of these guys will play every day.
Yeah, they do.
So they're getting their money's worth. Usually by the beginning of June, they've already got their money's worth out of it. So, but that's good. That's what we like.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion in the second round? Ms. Winfrey Carter, you had wanted to make a separation?
Yes, Madam Chair. I want to separate Resolution 220505 and Resolution 220507.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we are now coming to the vote for the master resolution, which is resolution.
Madam.
Yes,
So,
Ms.
yeah, I had a comment.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Ms. Lewis.
It's fine. All right, so it was for the gentleman that was just up here. Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. So I just want to be clear, because as you hear some of the concerns is that the price is too low, that the price for a rental is too low. So, so when you bring in your financials per se, will you be able to clearly define how much the golf course is bringing in per month? And then also clearly define I understand that you're only open for 7 months out of the year. So could you bring in how much you're bringing in per month? And
I
then
could give
al-
you a supplemental schedule that showed the gross receipts for those months that we were open.
Okay, and then also, your expenses. Yep, how much is coming out of your pocket? Because I hear equipment is a real cost, employees are a real cost, water bills
Right.
in this city are a real cost.
Yeah, that'll all be reflected on the financial statement that I give you. You'll be able to see what the gross top number is, what we're taking in, and then all the expenses below, whether it be labor costs, whether it be utilities, whether insurance, supplies, all the way down the line. You'll be able to see exactly what that number was for that particular year. Now, obviously, 2022 isn't over yet technically, and you might ask, well, we're not open at the course, but we still incur expenses. We still got to pay insurance. You got to pay utilities. There's still stuff that you pay for the months that we're not open. And so you get to the end of the year and it looks, oh, well, we got some money. Well, yeah, but you're not going to be open for the next 3 or 4 months. So you've got to be able to take some of that money at the end of the year and save it to pay for the expenses while you're not open for these winter months. So, you know, that was a lesson we learned early on. You get to the end of the year, it's like, oh, well, we got some money. Well, yeah, but you got to save that money and for January, February, March, and maybe April if the weather's not breaking. So it's, you know, critical. Money management's absolutely critical. You drive yourself out of business in a heartbeat.
True. So make sure that's teased out in your financials, please.
Yep.
And then also, I would like to see your calendar for last year in terms of, I want to see it. What do you have on the books? Because when we start talking about, you know, community benefits and stuff, that's really my area. So if you could prove that the rental of the Flint Golf Course, I never heard of it. And so if I never heard of it, I'm not coming. And so if you had better marketing, could that help out your bottom line?
Right, we have a website, you know, we try to direct people to that. And we've done a lot of marketing and advertising over the years, but as the last few, 3 or 4 or 5 years, we just found it really hasn't paid off. So, you know, the word of mouth is really the best. Treating the customer is the best. You know, word of mouth, you treat them right, treat her right, treat the league right, and the word gets out, and then next thing you know, our phone's blowing up.
Point of information. Do you think advertising me playing the chief would help?
Mr. Mays, that was an improper.
So point is definitely word of mouth does help, but the word of mouth doesn't get to the second ward. Never heard of you, never heard of it. And so we have a total of 9 wards here. I trust that the 3rd ward might know a little bit about it, but we don't. So those things can.
Point of information.
What's your point?
I'm not understanding, through you, Madam Chair, to the speaker. You're saying that you never heard of the golf courses?
I'm
Swartz
saying
Creek?
exactly what I said. I have never heard of the course and any of that. And a lot of my constituents, I trust that they haven't heard of any of that. And I consider myself to be highly involved in the community. Never seen it, never had the invitation, didn't even know that it existed before it came on our agenda. That's what I'm saying.
Oh.
Well, nevertheless, a lot of people don't know. So here we are. So I just want to make sure that we're doing all things possible to get the word out. And so you could be able to, whatever the verdict may be, that you'd be able to maximize your earning potential. So if we do, as you see, a lot of us, we want a rate increase, then you'll be able to support that. Because I can imagine so many partnerships in the community that you can make with different organizations that will love to come out and try golf. So just something to keep in mind.
Thank you.
But Madam Chair, that's it. Thank you.
So that moves us to the vote on the master, and that is 220494, 220508.
Point of order,
Yes,
Madam
what
Chair.
is your point? We separated 220505 and 220507 while you were
And
out.
what was 507?
Ernst and Young,
Okay, and I
Contract.
want to separate the public health.
that was
department.
already separated too.
So those three?
Yeah.
Then, okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I had a little lightweight conversation with Ms. Carter, so, Winfrey Carter, so. All right, I'm ready to vote on the master.
Okay, the master resolution consists of 220494, 220508, 220509, 220510, 220511, and 220512. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley, yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Ms. Hurkenroder.
Yes.
Mr. Mays.
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. The master resolution has passed. Comes to our first separation of 220449. Mr. Mays, you made that separation?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I separated 220449. If I talk wrong, you or the staff can correct me. I'm not easily offended, even though I can be offended, I'm not easily offended. But 220449, would it be a .1? And so I want to make it a .1 and correct the spelling errors. In the first paragraph, I see Swartz spelled wrong. From my knowledge, it relates to Swartz Creek Golf Course. Ms. Priestley, you say Kersley is spelled wrong?
Yes, Kersley is spelled wrong in the second line of the first paragraph, at the end of the first line on the second paragraph, and I believe in the fourth paragraph, 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth paragraph, last line.
They left the R out. What did they do, leave the R out of Kersley?
There's some S's left out as well as R's and.
And
yeah.
so Schwartz would be SWARTZ, not SCHW. So do we see any more errors? The amount for, where should it go? The amount for Swartz Creek is $8,305 annually, $8,305. I'll get the lease agreement and look closer at it and match it up with the resolution over the weekend. So right now, we're just looking at the spelling of Swartz Creek and Kersley, right?
Yes.
Through you to Ms. Donahue. I'm gonna say interim clerk Donahue until January the 1st. Do you see any others?
No, but
Through you to, I'm sorry,
I just wanted to point something out.
I can't hear you.
No, I don't see any others, but I just wanted to point something out.
What is that?
That normally when it's administrative, we can just note as much and
Without
then-
it being a .1?
Yes, that would be my preference actually, because.
That's how
you're not
you would
amending the
prefer to
resolution.
do it. So by Monday, so you want a motion to send it to council the way it is?
Well, we could just have it.
Or send it, or stop it
corrections.
by special affairs?
Right, and then we can have them prepare a corrected version, but we wouldn't change, we just switch it out.
So
'Cause
you
you're
don't
not
want to do the
amending
.1?
Yeah, because, you're not
That's
amending.
fine.
those, it's just- But
Between-
I'm just wondering if we have a version that's signed by the mayor.
Let me ask this question. So where do you want a motion to send it, to special affairs or the council?
Either one, we would just.
Either one, but
Yeah.
it'll be corrected when it get there.
We'll just
And right
switch
now,
it.
we don't have to do a .1.
Right.
It's your first official move as the clerk? Not yet, until we get, so I'm gonna listen to the interim clerk. Okay, then, Madam Chair, we've talked about some of these corrections on the record. Let me make a motion if I may. I would move 220449, the resolution approving the lease of Swartz Creek Golf Course and Kersley Lake Golf Course to City of Flint Golf LLC. I would move that to council, and I so move.
It's been, motion is made to move 220449 to council. Is there support?
Support.
Point of
Mr.
order. I didn't
Yes.
stop it by special affairs. My motion was to move it to
I'm so
council.
sorry. I misspoke. It's to go to council. I'm sorry. It was in my head. So it's supported. So any discussion on resolution 220449 going to council?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
I would just say if all I's and ain't dotted and crossed by the time we get to Monday, it could send it back to committee or postpone it or hold it up. So I'm imploring that all people involved, take these last few days seriously and let's tighten up whatever so we can be ready to try to get this thing maybe done by Monday. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns.
thank you. Through you to Mr. Perkatis. And if I'm not saying your name right, again, I apologize. Perkatis.
Yes.
Perkatis.
Prejudice, yes.
When will you have, I had requested the financials, and Janelle did take your email. When will you be able to get those to us?
I can get them to you by Monday. I can try to get them to you by Friday if that's, if it's.
Yeah, because if you could get them to us, so we'll have time to go over so that we don't hold up everything, and it'll give everyone some time to look at the financials. I know Councilwoman Lewis had some questions. This way it'll give her time to review it, knowing that all of those items that she requested will be in the financials that
Okay.
you stated that you will.
Point of
provide.
information. Through you to Ms. Burns, you had asked for something and y'all were saying email. That's what you were talking about, the financials.
Yes,
And so are you saying that you want each council person to have it?
I've already stated that, yes.
And mine would be a hard copy.
We all know that yours is a hard copy.
Okay, thank you.
And let me ask, what time periods would you like?
If you could, I would say to be fair, if you could do like the last, well, you had COVID. So COVID really isn't going to, I don't know, people were outside during COVID. So the golf course is one of the safe spaces, actually. So if you could do 5 years then, because I know you've got the 2 years with COVID.
Okay, so I can try to get you what I can for 2022. Like I said, the year's not over with. I could maybe give you a partial year for, I'll see what our staff can pull together, but obviously.
Ms. Burns, point of information. If I may make a suggestion that you run it from October until September 30th, rather than on an annual year, do it on a partial year, so that it covers a full 12 months.
Yeah, I
That
can try
might
to do
be-
that. For this year, I could probably do that. And I can go back calendar years for all the previous years.
Yeah, if you could do that, because I know with the COVID, that's going to, put some things off. And I do
Right.
understand that it's not, you're not at the end of your year. So if you could do that and if you can get them by Friday, that'll give us time because our council meeting is Monday, right? It's
Right.
Monday. So that way we'll have some time to review it as not to, we can be able to make a decision and have a decision that we will have the information, which will cover all the questions that have been asked.
Okay,
So
I'll do my best. We should be able to pull something together for you.
I appreciate it. I know that's a short notice.
No, it's important. It's important.
It's really important.
Yeah, I understand.
So that would be and then Janelle, you'll email them to us, right? Oh, yeah, so, because we won't be here. So what time, so that he knows what time we close, our counseling office closes at, is it 4, 5?
5.
At 5. So if you can have it by 5, I would actually say to be in the building by 4:45,
Okay.
to make sure it's there. And then she'll make sure that we get everything. Is that a good time for you, Janelle?
Can I email them to Janelle directly? If that's
Yeah.
faster, probably
Yeah,
we can do that.
Absolutely.
All right.
And then that way, your questions and the questions that have been asked, we'll have time to review it. So that is all that I have. And thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the second round?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
Let me tighten something up through you to the city attorney. Do you need the request for the lease agreement or proposed lease agreement in writing, or are you gonna get that taken care of?
I'm glad you asked that, because my plan is to get that to you, but I would appreciate it if it could be just in writing as well.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Davina and Janelle, can y'all make a quick communication that I'm requesting that lease agreement in writing? And we can do that by when, tomorrow?
I would think it would be possible. I'm speaking for other people.
Yeah, you know, he got bosses. I'm confident that he'll try to locate it and pull it, but we doing a little housekeeping here, a little political housekeeping. So let's see what happens with that. You know my phone number? Or you might want to, I'm gonna say it again, 810-922-4860. If it's a problem from my office or yours, give me a call and I'll hop in the car and get involved.
Okay.
Then the last thing that I had, is it related to this? The personal property tax. Through you, Madam Chair, I'm gonna call Mr. Smith up. Can he approach? He's standing in for a certain guy today I happen to know who's not here.
Mr. Smith?
And I want to communicate with Mr. Smith. While he's on the way up, Janelle, listen close, because whether the value of the personal property is 100,000, 200, or 300,000, by Monday, I'm gonna try to get the information from the income tax department of some type of feel of what those personal property tax are. Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, if you need my pen, you're welcome to use it, but you're a pretty sharp guy. You got a good memory. And based upon the capacity that you're here in today, I want you to make a note and see if you can help me and our staff with this request. But there's been issues raised about personal property tax, and this gentleman is getting ready to enter into a lease agreement, and I want him to know maybe what he's getting into. And from listening to the conversation, I want to see if you can help me get this information by Monday, really Friday. If you have personal property valued at 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, in those intervals, I want to see if we can get some estimates of what your personal property tax might be. You understand my inquiry?
Yeah.
And I think the income tax department could help us with that. And so I want to try to get, not so much for me, but for the resident that's entering into the lease, who's been leasing the property from the city for a while, and that might not have came up. And so if you can help me with that, do we need to ask you to do that in writing?
I wrote it down. I can get it for you.
You say you got it?
I got it.
Okay, Janelle, we might get a little break dealing with this gentleman. Ain't nobody gonna get mad at it, is he? He laughed on it. I want to see if we can get that. You know my phone number, correct? Yeah. If there's a problem with that request, give me a call and I'll try to get involved.
All right.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Okay, any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? Last call, second round. Madam Clerk, roll call vote, please. Oh, Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Harkin-Roder?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no to move 220449 to council. Our next separation is 220505. Ms. Winfrey Carter, you wanted that separated?
Yes, Madam Chair. Ms. Ferguson.
Could we have a motion, please?
Pardon me?
Could we have a motion, please, before we discuss?
Maybe motion from someone else.
Okay. Could we have a motion for 220505?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Herkenroder.
I make a motion to postpone 220505 to the next Finance Committee meeting.
Okay, it's been moved to
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded to postpone 220505 to the next Finance Committee meeting. Any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms.
Thank you.
Winfrey
Herkenroder.
Carter.
Ms. Ferguson, can you please approach the mic, please, the podium? Yes, Madam Chair, through you to Ms. Ferguson. Ms. Ferguson, I believe that at the last meeting that we discussed this resolution, we talked about a plan and a scope. Did you ever get that in progress?
Yes, actually, the manager of our public health office, Faith Grusbeck, was watching the council meeting that night and immediately went to work on pulling together a plan, and she's sent something to me for review. So I have that under review as of today. And so if there is if you need copies of it, I can make sure that council has copies by the next Finance Committee meeting.
Okay. Yeah, make sure that each council member get copies.
Absolutely.
And I think that's it as far as my discussion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion in the first round?
Yeah, Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Mays.
Through you to Miss or Mrs.,
Mrs., please, thank you.
huh?
Mrs., please, and thank you.
And what's the last name?
Ferguson.
Mrs. Ferguson. I had a block. I couldn't remember your last name. Miss Ferguson, I think, as you know, I came down and talked to some of the people in the public health area this past week. You recall?
I do.
And so I'm always sensitive coming out of the union, whether folks are union or not. I'm sensitive to employees and their jobs. I've understood, not from talking to them, but from listening to you and talking to them and others as I get ready to make decisions on this stuff, that you have funding in one area that'll last to the end of this year, December, correct?
Approximately, yes.
Approximately,
Mhm.
or it will?
If there are no changes in the office staff, then it should get us to the end of the calendar year.
And then there's another amount of funding that'll take you through the first quarter.
It will for a limited number of the office staff. It would not cover everyone that's currently employed right now.
And I guess the reason I asked those questions, the total request is for 400, if I recall from last meeting, 421,000, correct?
Yes, sir.
And, you know, I'm sensitive to the department. If it's something that that wants to be kept. But I also had some requests, and I'll get right back with you through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Smith again, because he's kind of the head person in charge right now, in my mind, when Mr. Edwards ain't here. I want to ask Mr. Smith a question. As you come forward, Mr. Smith, I requested Mr. Edwards to have an organizational chart of departments and certain folk. And I think he said by governmental operations would be today. Did he leave that with you?
No, he did not. I'm aware of that, and I will, he's on vacation. He'll be back on Monday, and I'll make sure that you get it.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Janelle, we didn't get that from Mr. Edwards, did we? And see, that's problematic for me, Mr. Smith, because I don't know what people think about me. Probably people think different stuff. But I think I'm somewhat of a businessman. I've been a council person for close to 10 years. People get mad when I say the senior council person, but facts is facts. It is what it is. And I try to take people at their word. And I'm in a political arena. Now here we got the administration asking us to approve $400,000 on one hand, and we got requests from other departments in the administration on the other hand. I've been asking for, and I'm only talking to you like this because you're standing in for the city administrator, who is over all departments. I've been asking the legal department for resolutions for months. I've asked for this organizational chart, and I told the employees when I was speaking to them, Ms. Ferguson, I said, hey, I might not really be opposed to spending $421,000, but I'm in a political arena. What do you mean, Councilman Mays? I say it all works together. I want something over here. Y'all want something over there. We should be able to work it out. Mr. Neely calls me. I'm going into my second term. Can we have a fresh start and work together? I say, you got to straighten out the bad start you already had. You got a finance director refusing to come to finance committee meetings. Ms. Burns was finance chair. This council didn't step up. I'd have subpoenaed him. He show up if I had one vote to do with it. You've had a fire chief crying. I said and looked at him. I'm sensitive to that issue on Pulaski Street and personnel. Hell, I got beat up by the deputy chief of staff and sent to Hurley. You want a fresh start, Mr. Neely? Straighten out your old start. We've got a government to run. So, Ms. Ferguson, I've told some of those folks when it come to my vote on these requests, I'm watching the deadlines. That's why I asked you about the end of December. We've got another committee meeting and council meeting prior to the end of the year, correct? Committee meeting is probably when? 2 weeks from now? When?
The 19th,
January 19th, or February,
December.
You mean December?
December 19th.
It's tough sitting in that chairman seat, ain't it? I know it, but I make one mistake. Them new folks was on me like we used to say white on rice. That mean they was all over me. People find it tough sitting in that chair, and I'm teasing. That ain't a real big thing, whether it's February. But December 19th, I'm going to wrap up with this, and I'm going to wait to see when that request is fulfilled. And I got another round, but you know, I call them the goofy rules. And then we got a council meeting in December when?
The 19th, the same night.
Oh, we got committee and
Council
the
same night.
You know.
And then
I
we
used
have
to
one
stay
on
in
the
the
12th.
club till 2 and 6 in the morning. I have no problem with it. So I'm saying, Ms. Ferguson, don't feel when it come to me, maybe in some cases, but I'm cracking the whip on other folks you work with to get me the information I need. Y'all need cash. I need information and cooperation. And I ain't even made a New Year's resolution yet. Thank you.
Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Miss
Thank you.
Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. So going back to the Office of Public Health, you know, when we first came up with the 911 system, the question was, why 911? When you can just call the 7-digit number to the ambulance or to the police station. Well, 911 was created to simplify things, to make it easier. And that's one thing that our Office of Public Health is doing. They're making it easier. In a lot of cases, they do serve as the middleman, as the quote unquote navigator. That's a term that's used nowadays. So if you don't know who to call, you know for a fact that you can call public health and it will connect you with the service that you need. We must keep that in mind as we are looking at allocating this office these dollars. They're not duplicating efforts, but they are a system within our city that are coordinating the efforts to make sure people are strategically plugged to exactly what they need. I spoke with the director of the department, and she shared with me some of the things that she was including in her strategic plan. Because I hear that from her tone, she's a visionary, and she looked at the big picture, not just the small picture. You know, but in order to get these votes, she got to look at this small picture, identify it. And she spoke of 3 things that really hit home. The first thing was the office making sure that every household has the opportunity to have clean water. We can't negate that. We can't negate that effort. And then next, her goal was to make sure, in collaboration with our other departments, make sure that every household have working smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detectors. That's part of public health. You can't deny that. You can't say no to that. And in light of all of the tragedies that we've had in our city, who would say no to that? Making sure that we reach out to every home to ensure that they have the proper safety equipment, not just putting it in their hand, but making sure those things are installed. These are some of the things that this office is coming up with. So I will be remiss not to, again, ask my colleagues to consider these things as we consider funding this Office of Public Health. And I had another inquiry today. They were inquiring about who could help them with their utility bill and also with their water bill, because they're a disabled individual on a fixed income and they need the support. And what did I do? I immediately referred them to the Office of Public Health. So I hope my colleagues see the value. I hope my colleagues understand that Ms. Ferguson, she already said that as money comes in, she don't need our ARPA dollars, and she has been aggressively searching for those funds. If you don't do this for anyone else, do it for the homes that don't have transportation and access to get these clean water filters that we distribute. Do it for the individuals that don't have working smoke detectors, carbon monoxide detectors. Do it for the individuals that need a navigator to help them navigate the system to get the services that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round, excuse me. Going on to the second round. Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I listened to what my colleague in the second ward said, and it's a very convincing, passionate speech, but I made a passionate speech for those ARPA form requests, a stack of them. residents calling asking me for hot water heaters and home improvements. I looked at Saginaw. People were lined up. Those constituents mean something to me, Ms. Lewis, just like the one example you give it. The Lord moves in certain ways. I'm very emotional with what happened to Mr. Nolan. Hell, he was my colleague. He sat right over there. I just talked to him, stood here in his chambers, swearing in day. Mr. Murphy says, I gotta go. I got business to do. Worthy is always seemed to be absent. And Piper gonna catch up with her if he ain't careful. I take this job seriously. I remember when my dad died and what I had to do and where I was at when he died. I'm gonna die. So you made a very compassionate speech, but you gotta be careful today because look at the numbers. If I put a motion on the floor to table this to the 19th, you might not vote for it. And I'm appealing to you politically, you better watch it. Because if it die and don't get fired out of what, the 6 of us here, it might not can come back.
Point of information.
What's your point?
Is the speaker aware that the motion on the table is to postpone until the next committee meeting?
To postpone it to when?
The next committee meeting.
Oh, okay. I didn't know
On the
that. I
19th.
appreciate the information. And I'll see if it passed with 5, because that's the smart thing to do. And that's why I gave the communication that I had given you, Mrs. Ferguson, because I'm seriously wanting to help that department. But I seriously need people like my colleagues, when they want something, it's a compassionate speech. When we want something, folks tripping. We're in an arena of compromise. Everybody want to get a speech to work together, but I want to see what they say on the next resolution when Ernst & Young come up. So, Ms. Lewis, I hear your passionate plea to approve it, but I don't know if I'm ready today. I appreciate Ms. Herkenroth to say the motion is to postpone back, to the 19th? And I'm okay with that because as I talk to the different people in that department, I give people my word on how I feel. And I don't bite my tongue about politics and, sometimes you need something, they need something, we need something. I'm dealing with all departments. And it's very, very important for me to know who running this city, how many appointees, who's in the mayor's office, how many department heads, and how many divisions. And I'm not going to keep playing around with requests for resolutions. I'm going to do everything in my power not to let 400-500 people down who didn't put in requests for ARPA funds. And this is ARPA funds we're talking about, correct, Ms. Ferguson? So anything I can assure you from my seat, you've known me for years. I don't bite my tongue. I want to help your department, but I want this administration to not only help me, but help the residents I represent. And I want to try to get sense into my colleagues, whereas y'all crew, and I'm calling them they crew, same crew that dogged me out. They ain't always here. And who in control? I don't think the devil in control. I think God is in control. And folk better start compromising. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. And I appreciate my colleague for bringing up the stack of forms. And that was another thing that was brought up as far as the stack of forms. The truth is, we do not have unlimited ARPA funds. We do not. But another goal of the Office of Public Health was to go through each and every ARPA fund and see if it was a supplemental program that they could apply for That's a great way of leveraging funds. So if we were to fund the office so they can get the personnel that they need, they can go through those ARPA funds applications, and they can take care of the residents that Eric Mays is talking about. Because there are programs for consumers energy that will replace your furnace, replace your water heater. There's lead programs, especially if you have children under 6. They don't even have to live in your home. They can just visit your home. And you can get up to $25,000 in home repair, windows, siding, all of that. And no other way that they'll know about this unless it came from our navigators. So they're willing to take those applications to make sure everyone has the opportunity to win. The goal is to make sure that every single resident can win. And so they will go through those sheets to see what they qualify for. So more people could qualify getting their things fixed through ARPA. Because if you have a child over 6, some programs you don't qualify for. That's that ARPA safety net. But if you do have a child under 6, then we have programs. And who will help you navigate those programs? Our Office of Public Health. So again, keeping in mind all of those things that I mentioned, making sure homes have safe drinking water, filter installation, making sure every single resident has smoke detectors, carbon monoxide detectors, making sure that they go through those ARPA applications one by one and ensure that they are told about the services that they qualify for. I definitely believe this will be a great way that the Office of Public Health will pay for itself. And again, who will say no to that in good faith? I never had to use the Office of Public Health. And as I knock on wood, I pray that I don't have to. But for my residents in the 2nd Ward, I want to make sure that they have that safety net. I want to make sure that they have that navigator to help navigate through tough times. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? Okay, Madam Clerk, call roll call.
Point of order. Could you repeat the motion?
Yes, it's to move resolution 220505 to the next finance meeting, which is on December 19th.
So we postponing it to the next finance
Correct.
committee meeting. It's already in finance. Okay.
Okay, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Herkenroder.
Yes.
Mr. Mays,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes,
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
the vote is 6 yes, 0 no to postpone 220505 to the next finance committee meeting. Can I have a resolution, motion for 220507?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
Yeah, if I may, resolution 220507, a contractual renewal with Ernst & Young Management Services American Rescue Plan Act, commonly known as ARPA funds, for an amount not to exceed $884,380. I would move it to council, and I so move.
It's been moved to, motion's been made to move resolution 220507 to council. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded to move.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Mays.
if I may, through you to Mr. Jazinski, can he approach? Mr. Jazinski, as you walk up, we've had some conversation. I want you to tell the council members present and the public how much the original contract was for and how much of it was spent and not spent.
I think I just turned it off. All right. So the first year of the contract was originally approved for $1,150,000. To date, we are at 307,000.
307,000. And so this request is for, at the end of the year, that contractual agreement will be over regardless of whether 300 or 400 was spent. I don't think you're gonna spend 800,000 or more in the next few days.
We
do you?
can, no. No, that's right. I mean, my understanding,
But
that
this
PO
year
goes away.
contract, you're requesting less money, 884,000.
Correct.
Now, let me say this, and I don't normally say it. I've enjoyed working with you the first year. You were accessible to me. I really appreciate the spreadsheet you gave us on those stack of forms at my request. How can I complain? You was accessible, you answered questions, and what I say normally people might not hear me say, but I want to ask you the question. Next year coming up, gonna be a busier year, I think, Ernst & Young in the city of Flint. It's gonna be more of an expensive year.
Fully agree. Yep.
You believe that to be true?
Fully agree.
We've talked about it. And if that 884,000 wasn't sufficient, do you have a problem coming to us for a change order?
If it's supportable, for sure, I would, yes.
You would do it. If you recall, the original request was for 4 years, correct? 5 years. And I was probably one who said, take it year by year. I wasn't in agreement with that, you recall?
Yes, sir.
And I still take that position. I still want to take a bite at the apple year by year. I said then, and I'll say now, maybe y'all will get up to that 4 or 5 year amount. This is a question that I've had talks with you privately. That stack of forms, when you did the analysis of it and gave us the spreadsheet, I think it was about 7.6 million requested in the home improvement category. And I've seen Saginaw do about 3.8 million allocated in that area. I know this council has passed some type of parameter budget with the ARPA funds. You familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
I've seen general fund budgets. I look at ARPA fund budgets. I see amendments and change orders. I'm going to support your request for another year. And I'm going to take you at your word of this type conversation. Shed some light on this council, or to this council or the members who are here, what we talked about privately as it relates to that stack of forms. When I asked you the question, if any additional application come out, what do you see as an opportunity to communicate with those people in them forms? What did we talk about?
The discussion we had was that those folks would be reached out to make sure that they're aware that the applications relevant to their requests are available and to bring them through that process.
And let me
to direct them through that process.
Some of that in nature. And let me make this comment, Ms. Councilperson Burns and Winfrey Carter, particularly before that bell go off. I was here for the swearing-in ceremony, and I had a council person, from what I can gather, tell somebody filling out them initial forms that 6 council people voted for was a waste of time. I didn't hit the ceiling, but I walked back in with the person and told them, you shouldn't tell people that. It's not a waste of time. They were official forms voted upon, initial forms. I read, I think it was the City of Flint Post yesterday, Ms. Priestley, of a relationship with the Community Foundation, the Mott Foundation, and folks on some type of advisory committee. You familiar with what I read, Ms. Priestley?
Yes, sir.
Through you to the city attorney. Janelle, get ready to put this in writing. Mr. City Attorney, I want a written legal opinion on what's called a multi-member body. A multi-member body, in my opinion, is appointed. You could take a break, Mr. Jazinski. A multi-member, a multi-member body can be an advisory committee dealing with city business, made up of 1 or 2 members. I want a written opinion as it relates to this proposed advisory committee that's on the city website as it relates to ARPA funds. And is it a multi-member body under the parameters of the city charter? If I may wrap up, through you, Janelle, to the city attorney, through you, Madam Chair, to Janelle, can you give him that request in writing? Mr. City Attorney, you understand my request?
I believe so.
Okay, and then in the second round, I'll further discuss that as we start to get serious, hopefully, about allocating these ARPA funds. Thank you, and I'll anxiously await a second round.
Any discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Jarzynski. Okay. So did I hear you say that you guys have only spent
307,000.
Okay. That's not bad. But
The reason, if I may, is now that we're at the point where these funds are, allocated through council's
Right.
process and so forth, now is when much of that work will start, the compliance reviews, those types of things. So it's really a reflection of the fact that what we've done with those dollars in this first year is really helped the process. Now we'll be to the compliance and reporting side of things. So in some respects, the reason the first year number was what it was we thought we might get there faster and be into the reporting cycle. So
Right.
that's part of the explanation.
Okay. Yeah, because I remember when you guys came to us initially, and we kind of went back and forth as to how much to allocate to you and all of that. Okay, so yeah, I have no problems with supporting this resolution. I think you guys are doing an excellent job. If you went through that whole stack.
We just got some more, in fact. this week.
Yes. Now, so you did submit a spreadsheet to Councilman Mays?
I
No.
believe the full council received it.
Point of information. Do you realize, Ms. Winfrey Carter, you can get it from Janelle Nim? He gave it to the office.
Okay.
Should be in your email.
Okay. Is it in the emails? Or did you put in? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Jarzynski. Jarzynski.
Mr. J is fine.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion in the first round? Any other discussion in the first round? Going on to the second round.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair. This next coming up year is going to be the test. I'm looking at the honesty and integrity, and I dealt directly with him in this political arena. I mean, you had council people who voted for the initial form, who wasn't giving it credibility. He gave it credibility. He analyzed it, looked at it, broke it up in categories, gave us money amounts. I can appreciate that. You had an uncooperative administration, people working for the mayor in his office, and he handled that. I'm impressed with him. I'm waiting to see when this thing really get rolling, can they keep up? You say y'all can.
In fact, we've added people to the team following the,
Say it loud, I can't understand.
we've added to the team following council's approval of the plan.
Say what?
We have more team members now.
Yeah, more team members. I knew y'all had boasted some team members. Mr. Jazinski, when we get to those forms, those initial forms, we've talked about reaching out to some of those folks in some shape, fashion, or form, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Lewis talks about using the public health officers to do some stuff with them, fine. Are you familiar with this advisory committee that they've been talking about putting together?
I've not heard of the advisory committee.
Yeah, I've read about it.
Is there
and I've
another
heard-
name for it that?
You will hear about it. We're
Um,
gonna get some
Point of
technical.
information, I believe that is the committee that, the community involvement with the community
Okay.
evaluation
Oh,
committee.
yes, I'm aware of that. Sorry, I just didn't know the.
And so we gonna see, because Ms. Priestley, what I look at it as, it's just like the citywide advisory committee. You gotta look at how that's appointed. I read that the applications are available to residents up until January 5th, correct? But when it comes to appointing these folks, that's what that legal opinion might very well tell you. Y'all done put it in writing. It's an advisory committee. That's what the citywide advisory council is. We appoint those folks. I don't know what folks envision, 5, 10, 20, or 100, but they might have to pass through here for appointment. Did you envision that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm also at some point, Ms. Winfrey Carter, Ms. Burns, I don't know how it's going to be received, but do you remember I appointed a 2-member ad hoc committee? Now, when you read our council rules and the charter, I'm going to try to turn that into a ARPA fund standing committee. Because the 2-member ad hoc committee did a little more than I thought they would do. Made a few more agreements than I thought they should make. And then told us, and then had some of these folks on that forum believe they was wasting their time. I'm concerned. I don't want to leave that ad hoc committee out there thinking and doing that type of stuff, but we might not have to go to a standing committee, if y'all get my drift. I don't know what the majority of council will do, but that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that's going to be important, because when you read these advisory committee rules, you know, it's some council decisions, not ad hoc committee decisions. And so believe me, that's what I'm looking at trying to do by motion, pass or fail. But I think it's time to go now to a standing committee for the ARPA funds as we get ready to move forward. Mr. Jazinski, if this second year approves for you and it goes anywhere like the first year, because you seem to have one of the best understandings for me, and we continue to look out for those residents. Because when I looked at Saginaw, Ms. Burns, see this council chambers we got? I envision a Saturday where all of them people, or some of them, is in here getting an orientation as what they might need to do next from them initial forms. Saginaw held 2 different Saturdays. Flint is bigger than Saginaw. And so believe me, I'm a people person. Them are my bosses. They not wasting their time. And if I got something to do with it, they ain't gonna waste their time. If the majority of the council wanna make them think they waste their time and vote that way, I'm separating myself. Because I can assure you 100%, they'll see me going down fighting like hell for their initial applications to have credibility. Mr. Jazinski, I'll be voting. And if you need a bigger crew and y'all spend this money, do like the rest of them. Come back for a change order. Don't be shy with me because I'm watching the quality of your work and will continue. Thank you so much. In the
Thank you,
middle of
Mr.
this
Mays.
highly political arena. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Any other discussion in the second round? Any other discussion in the second round? Madam Clerk, vote please. To send resolution 220507 to council.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Hickenrother?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no to send 220507 to council.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Herkenroder.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Support.
Has been properly supported. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Hickenrother?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
don't know yet.
Yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. We are adjourned at 8:57.
Madam Chair.
December 7th, I hereby call the Legislative Committee to order in lieu of a chairperson. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays.
Present.
Ms. Lewis is not in. Mr. Murphy is absent. Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Hurkenroder?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Ms. Worthing is absent. You have 5 members present.
All right, reading of the disorderly person city code subsection, section 31-10, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons. Anyone who disrupts the meeting will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given 1 warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest, and violators shall be removed from the meetings. Brings us down to public
Madam
speaking.
Chair.
Is there any member of the council or of the public who wishes to address the council?
Madam Chair,
We're in public speaking, Mr. Mays.
point of order.
What's your point?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I was going to ask, could we have, after council response, resolution 220513?
I don't have that resolution.
Beg your pardon?
Are you on the right agenda?
I couldn't hear you.
Are you on the right agenda?
Oh, I'm on governmental ops.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Mitchell.
Hello, Mr. Mitchell, and about the environment endangerment. Once again, you see my 3rd Ward councilman put we the peoples in endangerment of not having the business affairs of the city be going on to take care of the YMCA, but we just barely made it without, because they were trying to break up the forum. And that's endangerment, environment endangerment. Ms. Herkenmucker, you understand that? What in the Dr. Lewis talking about the 911, they made it easy for it, but that Ed Teller already tried to say that Ward 1 is phony documents of we the people. That's endangerment, environment endangerment for we the people, and we the people are not going to stand in anymore, and we want our justice, the money for you, act like you going to throw it out and have no money, the practice that endangerment environment for the people. But anyway, to Madam Burns. Madam Burns, are you going to address this situation about how the 3rd Ward councilman doing us like Walmarts and Sam? You see how the management went berserk and took it out on the peoples, and nobody don't know why he did that. And he going down the same road, act like he's checking the peoples of Flint, and don't check the HJAC company out on Coldwater Road and just walking out. You see 3 empty seats. The school teacher, and if that ain't endangerment environment, what is it? And would you address that where the people can understand in Georgia and all down in the southern land about the Republicans barely losing and then the Democrats won in Georgia, and the big black guy that act like he the blue coats, the gray coats and the Buffalo Soldier can't go to the store to get the company to apply it and all that stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any member of the public who wishes to address council?
Good evening. Thank you so much for your time tonight. My name is Shelley Hilton. I'm honored to serve as the CEO of the YMCA of Greater Flint. And I'm here tonight in support of the ordinance on the agenda for a pilot for HWD Harrison Incorporated. The YMCA of Greater Flint has operated here in downtown Flint for 143 years. The Y serves Flint. We serve residents from across the city. We're home to close to 2,000 members, 35% of which receive financial assistance from the YMCA. The downtown Y is at the end of its usable life, and unfortunately, the Flint Y is being faced with the decision to either close our doors or find a sustainable path forward. And I can tell you that we intend to serve the city of Flint for another 143 years. And due to a partnership with Uptown Reinvestment Corporation, we see that path forward. A new mixed-use facility will enable us to operate in a sustainable way, which means we can increase the programs and services we provide throughout Flint. Thank you so much for your thoughtful consideration of the pilot this evening.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public? Come on.
Good evening, council members. My name is Janet Tweddle. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the YMCA of Greater Flint, and I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of the YMCA of Greater Flint in support of the pilot for HWD Harrison, Inc. The YMCA, many of you guys may or may not know, has been spending the last couple of years trying to find a sustainable way to serve the Flint community. And this partnership with URC is the solution. For the Y to be able to move forward with this facility, we need our partner URC and their affordable housing to make the project work. The Y cannot continue to operate in our existing facility much longer. We're simply running out of time. Our current facility is outdated and obsolete and limits our ability to outreach to the community and expand our programs. The YMCA wants to be able to continue to serve the Flint community, our seniors, our youth, our family. We want to expand our outreach. We want more kids in our pool swimming. We want more seniors in our lobby congregating. We want more people in our gym playing basketball. And we want this to be the place where the Flint community comes to be healthy, to learn how to swim, and to spend time together. This facility, in partnership with URC and the housing, is where that will happen. And we hope that you will support the pilot. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to address council?
Yes, good evening. Joe Martin with Uptown Reinvestment Corporation. Madam Chair, I have a handout. Is it possible that I could pass that around? Thank you. It's been a longstanding effort here between Uptown Reinvestment Corporation and Greater Flint YMCA to bring this building to fruition. It does feature 50 apartment units. 19 of those are considered affordable. 15 of those are workforce housing, and 4 of those are low-income housing. We are requesting a pilot today at 10% rate over 30 years. A typical pilot would typically be lower at 4 to 7%. The project is asking for what it needs to move forward, not simply what it can ask for. The current taxable value of the property is about $12,000. After the development with the pilot, it is projected to pay about $50,000 per year. We look forward to future conversation about the project this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to address council?
Hello, my name is Moses Timlin. I'm a development coordinator at Uptown Reinvestment Corporation. I just want to echo the sentiments of all my colleagues who spoke before me. I just want to also call out on the sheet on the backside, there's rental rates for the unit breakdown that speaks to what kind of affordability we're trying to ensure with the passage of the pilot. When we're looking at what the taxable value is now versus what it would be with the creation of the pilot, over the 30-year span, there'll be an additional $1 million in property taxes collected for the city of Flint. So while it's both ensuring affordable housing, there's also benefits to the city of Flint. And so I want you to see you guys as a partner in this investment. It's really hard to create housing and even harder to create affordable housing. So public incentives like this really allow the public-private sector to partner together to create goals that better the city of Flint. I know many of you care about housing. I listen to much of what you share. And so I hope that you will look favorably upon this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to address council? Okay, seeing none, public speaking is now closed and we'll go into council response. Is there any member of the council who wishes to respond to the public? Okay, seeing no movement, we will close out council response.
Madam Chair,
I just closed out council response, Mr. Mays.
say what?
I just closed out, are you trying to do public response or council response?
Is this council response
I
in
just closed it out.
legislative or government acts?
We are in legislative committee.
Okay,
I just closed out council response.
okay. You closed it out?
I just
That's
closed
how
it
you
out.
gonna run this ship?
Do you want?
I'm
is that
ready
what-
for it.
Is that what
So
you're
let's
trying?
keep rolling
Okay,
then.
excuse me, Mr. Mays.
Ain't
Are you?
that something?
Excuse me, Mr. Mays. Are you
Beg
trying
your
to?
pardon?
Are you trying to do council response, or are you trying to make a motion?
You say you closed it out.
Okay, so
I'm
the
gonna
chair.
follow the agenda and hold you to these stringent guidelines.
Okay.
If that's how
thank
you wanna play.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. So we are now on the ordinances. The chair will entertain a
Madam
motion.
Chair.
Go ahead.
I make a motion to move 220519 to council for first reading.
Is there a second?
Support.
It has been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I was trying to respond to them to let them know if it's something they need to say more, they would have an opportunity. And so, you know, Madam Chair, I'm gonna caution you. I got a memory somewhat like an elephant. And remember, we're in a public arena and you chairing. And them stringent guidelines ain't gonna play good with me. And if they ain't applied equally, they sure ain't gonna play good, because that's what we go into court about, the discriminatory treatment on how you treat your colleagues. I'm gonna highlight it in the public. I'm gonna highlight it all the way around. And I just don't like it. I don't like it at all. And I know some residents and others in this community don't like it. If you want to set up there high as the president, I would be a little more courteous and respectful to this council person if I were you. But the choice is yours. I'm gonna support first reading. Janice, correct? Janet. Through you, Madam Chair, to Janet, can you approach? Janet, we had a Zoom meeting, correct?
Actually, I was not on that Zoom meeting.
It was somebody else
It-
from the Y.
With Shelley Hilton.
It was who?
Shelley Hilton.
Shelley, could you approach? Through you, Madam Chair, to Shelley. Sorry, Janet. Shelley, we was on a Zoom meeting,
we
right?
were.
And both of the gentlemen who was here with you was on that Zoom meeting, correct? And y'all explained what you want to do with the new YMCA building.
Yes.
You told me where you wanted to build it at. You also told me the other one might come down. And we talked about programs and details. We even talked about the difference in revenue for the city as it relates to this service charge in lieu of taxes. And I told you then, after I analyzed stuff, I can support it. Well, I haven't changed that position. This is to move it to council for first reading, and then we'll have time in between, and then we'll hopefully get the second reading and adoption. In the interim, I'll verify the facts and figures that you gave me. And so a lot of projects come our way. Service fees in lieu of taxes, the arguments is the same. I've got to look at what I'm gonna do now. I know what I've done in the past and what I'll do in the future. And I'll see if we get a handle on this, but I haven't did all of my analysis yet, so y'all coming to me with my vote at a good time. But I've got some serious looking and thinking to do as it relates to these requests. Thank you so much. Janet, I apologize. I had you mixed up with Shelley. All right, I've been messing and mixing y'all names up all night long, but I ain't gonna tell nobody. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the first round? Okay, seeing no movement in the second round, is there any discussion? Seeing none, that brings us to the vote on the motion to send ordinance 220519 to council for first reading. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays,
Yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley,
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Ms. Burns,
Yes.
Clerk Promoter.
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no. That motion passes. The chair will entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
It has been moved. Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Circumroder?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
6 yes, 0 no. It's 9:18. We are adjourned for legislative. It is 9:19 PM on Monday, December 7th. I hereby call the Committee of Governmental Operations to order in lieu of a chairperson. Roll call, please.
Mr. Mays?
Present.
Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Circumroder?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Ms. Worthing is absent. You have 6 members present.
6 members present. Reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. I just read it. That brings us down to public speaking. Is there any member of the public who wishes to address council?
Mr. Ariel Mitchell. And I want to address that apartment over there on Grand Traverse and the lack of space for the opera funds in the time limit that to be built will be limited. I mean, enough. I don't want to talk on that right now. I'll change my mind. Let Paul Harvey have his say for the peoples of Flint, because I said enough already.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Paul, I see you coming.
Good evening, Council. Paul Herring, I reside at 525 Mason Street. And actually, this is in regard to your last committee meeting. If you guys are considering giving pilots away, I want you to do just one thing. Make sure that they cannot sell that property for the 30 years that they're requiring the tax abatement for. Because one of the games they play is they come and they tell you that they're going to have low-income housing, and they're going to do this and they're going to do that, and then 3 years in, they sell the property. And that's no longer an issue. But they sell the property with the tax abatement. One key component. If you just say that you cannot sell this property until this tax abatement has expired, I bet you get a different argument. Try it. See what they say. See if they'll agree to not selling the property before the tax abatement is up. That will be the best indicator of their intentions. Second thing I need to say, I don't know if you guys live in Flint, Michigan, but $650 a month is not low income. You can't work at McDonald's and generate $650 a month to pay rent. You can't work at Taco Bell and generate $650 a month for rent. You have to be making $15, almost $20 an hour to afford that kind of rent. Flint is a $350, $450, $500 place. So talking about affordable rents above $600 is crap. It's not true, it's disingenuous, and don't fall for it. Add a stipulation. You cannot sell this property if we give you this tax abatement for the 30 years you're requesting. And all things purely social, we can be as separate as the fingers, y'all. But we got to be one like the hand in all things beneficial to our mutual progress.
Thank you, Mr. Herring. Seeing no other members of the public at this time, we'll go ahead and close out public speaking. Is there any member of the council who wishes to address the public? Okay, seeing none, We'll close out council response. Mr. Mays, you had a request to go straight down to resolutions. I will also entertain that. The chair will entertain a without objection, if that's all right with the body. If we go straight to resolutions.
Say what point, what
if-
point of information? You say what without objection?
Yep, if we go straight to resolutions without objections.
That's what come after council response, right?
That's-
We on grants committee, right?
We are on governmental operations
Oh, we
committee.
on governmental ops. I'm on grants. Hold on, but see, let me see if I have any objections, if you will. Okay, you got a special order for blight. You got a special order for police chases. And you got a special order for Pulaski Street. I do have an objection.
Okay.
I'm interested to put some on the record as it relates to particularly the Pulaski Street fire and the Councilman Mays special order. So I do have an objection.
Okay.
So we're gonna proceed with what I want on the special order, how you want to do it.
Well, so in the last committee, you requested that we go straight to the resolutions. So in an effort to make sure that happens, that's why I proposed that. If you want to object to that, that's fine. We can object to that.
What you referring to?
What
You said
about that
something
do I
about a
need to repeat?
resolution.
So in the last committee, you requested that we go straight to resolution 220513 because I believe that you were on the wrong committee agenda.
Yeah, I was on the wrong agenda.
Yep, so now that we are on that committee agenda, I'm trying
I
to
have
entertain that.
objections as it
Okay, so
relates-
hearing that there are objections, so we'll go into the special orders. So we're on the first special order regarding privately owned blighted homes as requested by Councilperson Lewis and Councilperson Priestley.
Madam Chair,
Mhm.
we requested this be postponed to the first meeting in January for committees, as there's no one from staff to answer questions.
Okay, I will order that without objection.
Madam Chair,
Do you
I
object?
do have an objection.
All right, so since there is an objection, we will open up that special order.
I'm trying to speak on that special order.
And that's why I'm opening up that special order.
Okay, Madam Chair, this says a special order as requested by Councilperson Lewis and Councilperson Priestley to discuss privately owned blighted property in the city of Flint. So this is, through you to Ms. Priestley, this is not none of the public owned property. This is the private owned property.
Correct.
So,
Point
okay.
of information.
What's your point?
I'm a little confused. He said, is this not for the public and not the private? So is public referring to the city of Flint?
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, that would be public owned. And, you know, that would be the St. Agnes, the Jefferson School, the 12 properties people was living in as we speeding through this. Once I got that clarification, because I kind of swiped through it fast and didn't look at the private, that's why I had some objections and not discussing some of that. So now that I've cleared that up, you know, if you want to do it the first committee meeting in January, I have no problem with that.
Okay, so hearing that it is, so the objection has been withdrawn? Is that correct?
But I had to make sure y'all like Speedy Gonzalez. I might be a little old and slow, but
Okay.
I'm sure, yeah,
So just
that's
make-
why I object.
Okay, so that'll be ordered without objection, that we send special order for privately owned blighted homes to the first committee meeting in January. That brings us down to second special order regarding police chases.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, if I may.
Mhm.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Smith, who's sitting in for quiet. Mr. Smith, if she allows you to approach this police chase policy I asked for. If I'm not mistaken, I asked that a copy be put in my mailbox. And I don't know if it was the police chief or Mr. Edwards or who, but I ain't seen that police chase policy show up in my mailbox yet. Have you, Janelle? And so, I'm not a perfect guy, so I'm gonna make the request again. You tell me if it should be in writing. I want a copy of that police chase policy put in Councilman May's mailbox. If it's a problem and you need it in writing, call me at 810-922-4860, but I wanna read that policy as it was written, as it relates to that police chase, because I'm particularly looking at what happened on Pearson Road. Okay, that's my request. Can that special order remain on the agenda?
Sure, without objection.
Beg your pardon?
Said sure, without objection.
Okay.
All right, so that'll be on the agenda then for the next committee meeting. It brings to pipe replacement program. Mr. Mays, that was your special order as well.
That would take us to the next special order.
Yes, Mr. Mays, which was
Okay,
also
yeah, I was
yours.
waiting for you as chair, because I know you're.
Mr. Mays, perhaps you did not hear me, but I did say we're on to the next special order that was raised by you,
Okay,
Mr.
no, I
Mays.
really don't be hearing you. And when
Okay.
I be saying how you talk, my son talk fast like that. I can't sometimes understand, so I don't play games like that. I didn't hear you. So the next special order would be legislative pipe replacement. Special order is requested by Councilman Mays to discuss legislation to allow city workers to enter into private residence for pipe replacement program. I heard this administration tell the number of folks who they couldn't get in their house. And then I heard something interesting, and I think it was Ben Harbor, where the council created an ordinance that allowed people to get in there and take care of this business. So through you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney, and Janelle, you might want to get ready because they might want it in writing. But I want the law department to research that ordinance that they passed in Ben Harbor when they was doing their pipe program, which I think made it easier and faster for us to finish ours if we decide to do it on the ordinance that allowed them in folks' house. Janelle, if they need that in writing, fine, but through you to the city attorney, did you get my request?
Well, your request just now asked us to research the Benton Harbor statute. Are you asking us?
Ordinance,
The legal department?
yeah.
Are you asking the legal department to comment on, or to give an opinion as to whether or not that's a valid ordinance?
Two things. I want the legal department to see if they can get their hands on a copy of it, and I want to read it for myself. And then if they want to give me a verbal or written opinion, whether or not they think it's legal, I'll look at it before I maybe introduce it. But I'm going to try to have some discussion as it relates to what's happening in Flint and what happened in Ben Harbor.
I believe I understand your request, and I would also ask that it be placed in writing as well.
Janelle, the easiest probably way to do it was the request that we discussed in this meeting with the city attorney. I'm requesting that info. And Madam Chair, I would ask that that stay on until we get an answer back.
Until we get an answer. Can we wait until we take it off until we get that answer and then put it back on? Would that suffice?
No, I might not remember to put it back on. If I see it on the next meeting, that'll remind me to see if my request was fulfilled.
Okay. All right, we'll order that without objection for it to stay on. And then the final special order regarding the Pulaski Street fire, which was requested by councilpersons Burns and Winfrey Carter.
Madam Chair, I'd ask that to stay on. I know it has went to the Michigan State Police, so we should be receiving some information back here pretty soon.
Okay.
And I don't see, we don't have anyone else. No, we're after 9. If that could stay on, please.
Okay, that'll be ordered without objection.
I got an objection.
Okay, there's an objection.
Okay, I'm gonna end up concurring with you if you want it on, but through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Burns and Winfrey Carter, this is based upon the vote that we had to hire an independent firm to investigate the fire. And when you say investigate the fire, that would include the reports that was filed by the firefighters. Would that also include, well, I know the chief ended up getting fired. And I also know that the union, I've seen them talking on Channel 12. Who do you envision might end up being the independent firm? Have you got any ideas? Would it be the Attorney General, the state police, or independent legal firm? We don't know yet. Y'all think about that as we wait to get to the next meeting.
Yeah, we don't know, through you, Madam Chair, to Councilman Mays, we don't know yet, but I don't know, we all voted.
That's correct.
We all voted to have an independent firm.
Right.
But I was also thinking that we need to also investigate their policies and procedures of the department as well. Because something's just not right.
Yeah.
With that whole issue.
If I may continue, I think it's something wrong, and I don't even know if it rises to a criminal level as it relates to reports being filed. So I objected just to have some open dialogue, because I try to stick with no behind the scenes when it's 3 or more. You know, the 2 of y'all might be talking, so I wanted to have some open meeting dialogue. And then what I can do on my own is look at stuff, and when it show back up, maybe I'll have more insight. So other than this discussion we just had, Madam Chair, I have no other objections to them wanting to keep it on the agenda.
All right, we'll keep it on for the next committee meeting without objection. All right, that brings us down to resolutions. The chair will entertain a motion for a master resolution.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley,
I'd like to make a motion to drop Resolution 220513.
okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Madam Chair,
Is that a second?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion on that?
Yeah, Madam Chair, through
ahead.
you to Ms. Priestley, you moved to drop this resolution 220513 because it's got something to do with the resolution we already sent to council for Swartz Creek and Kersley Golf Courses.
Correct.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Priestley, can you explain why
Correct.
you made
That's
this
correct. That is why I
This-
made that motion.
request that the city administration publicly solicit proposals for lease? So you looking at that extension and or renewal, and so at this time, you dropping that one. And this was a resolution sponsored and sent by who? Do we know who is the author of?
I don't know if anybody else does.
Let me look and see if I can tell. I don't really see.
Janelle is saying that it came to us from the law department.
Beg your pardon?
Janelle is saying that it came to us from the law department.
Okay, so I know during the process, I talked about this with the legal department and or the purchasing department as it relates to that. I'm gonna go ahead and support your motion to drop it, Ms. Priestley. I hope I'm not doing it prematurely, because that was one of the concerns I had. But I already seem to, in my mind, an elected seat, I seem to be leaning toward giving them a renewal and or extension at this time. Okay, thank you.
All right, is there any other discussion first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Yes, I feel that we can always bring this resolution back or reintroduce it at a later date if the resolution that we sent to council fails. And that's
Beg your
why,
pardon?
if the resolution that we send to council fails, then we can reintroduce this resolution in 30 days. I believe that's the rule. And so rather than leaving it on and having conflicting resolutions on our agendas, just getting rid of one would be the better practice.
Point of information. Through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Priestley, they still got a year left in that lease, correct?
I believe so. I don't know the date that it ends. That's just what the information was.
Okay. Is there any other discussion in the first round? Okay, in the second round?
Yeah, Madam Chair, this motion is specifically for this one resolution.
Yes, the motion is to drop resolution 220513.
And you said it was something about a master resolution.
I said the chair will entertain a motion for a master
But that didn't
resolution,
happen.
but that's not the motion that was made, correct?
Okay, thanks.
Okay, is there any other discussion in the second round? All righty, hearing none, that brings us to the vote on the motion to drop resolution 220513. Roll call, please.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Hooker-Motor?
Yes. That'll be
6 yes, 0 no.
6 yes, 0 no. Thank you. Chair will entertain a motion to send resolution 220514 to council.
Madam Chair, I'll make that motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, when I look at this resolution, it says on November 10th, 2022, the Michigan Court of Appeals issued a decision in the case of Cape Fields versus the City Council, which dismisses the appeal as mute. It is resolved that the Flint City Council directs that its legal counsel file an application for leave to appeal that dismissal with the Michigan Supreme Court. There's some bad language in there. I'm through you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney. When I read it, it says, it is resolved that the Flint City Council directs its legal counsel file an application for leave to appeal. And then this is where y'all lose me at, that dismissal. Okay, that particular dismissal with the Michigan Supreme Court. So in other words, they want to go to the Supreme Court. Where is this resolution coming from? The city attorney's office, anybody know?
Yeah.
So this is a decision the city attorney's office, Attorney Kim, want to take to the Supreme Court because the Court of Appeals said it's a mute issue. And so the motion on the floor, Madam Chair, is to do what? Send this to council?
Yes.
Okay, I think I can support spending the money to see if the Supreme Court will grant leave. Because they ain't got no appeal of right. Through you, Madam Chair, to the city attorney, most of their stuff is leave. Mostly all of them is leave, correct?
It's certainly correct in this case.
Yeah, and so they will see if we get granted leave to get an answer to this question. It's an important question. I'm gonna vote in favor of trying to get leave with the Michigan Supreme Court. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on this matter in the first round? Okay, in the second round, is there any discussion?
Madam Chair, I'm gonna say this. When we operate, and I'm gonna say this for the record, when we operate in our official capacity, whether it's me, you, Ms. Winfrey Carter, whoever, I think we need to really have some serious discussion as to when we're acting in the scope of our authority, whether or not we get legal counsel or we having to do it ourselves. I don't agree with the decisions of our law department to sometimes pick and choose when we get outside legal counsel, when we acting in the scope of our authority. I'm gonna have to have a hard conversation and look at that. But for right now, on this one, like I say, I'll be supporting it. But we've got some funny business, in my opinion, and advice coming from this particular legal department, and it concerns me greatly. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion in the second round? Okay. Hearing and seeing no movement. That brings us to the vote on the motion to send Resolution 220514 to council. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis? Oh, sorry. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Rickenroder?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
6 yes, 0 no. That motion passes. That brings us down to appointments.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion to move 220516 and 220517 to council.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to send appointments 220516 and 220517 to council. I will order that without objection unless there is an objection.
Madam Chair,
Is that an objection?
same old objection type of guy.
Okay.
I'm looking at,
All right, so hang on. We got to get a second then. So I need a second on the motion to send to council.
Support.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Mays.
what's going on?
Who's Dr. Lewis? I needed a second on the motion because there was an objection raised.
Okay, what happened? Ms. Priestley
Made the motion.
made a motion. Before you repeated and stated the motion, you said you'd order without objection.
Oh, I'm sorry if that's the order that it went in. The motion to send to council was made by Councilwoman Priestley and it was seconded by Dr. Lewis, and then you have the floor.
Through you to Janelle. So you got the motion, and the motion included both resolutions. And so that was my objection when you ordered it without objection. My position is that in the last meeting, I see a resume for Montel Menifee. But as I look at this immediate package, oh, this is a appointment for Davina Donahue that don't have a resume. And so if I am mistaken, I want to find out why I keep saying appointment resolution should have a resume attached. Now, I know that the clerk and Ms. Brown and others were on the Downtown Development Authority. And so I have no problem. Well, maybe I do. Who is Montel Menifee? And who's the mayor recommends Montel Menifee? And so I'm gonna look at the resume, which I haven't looked at, of Montel Menifee. I think I know who that is because it said he worked for Peter's office. I think I know who that guy is. And so as I try to put it together, yep, and then he went to Jim Ananich's office. So I know who that is. And if he want to be on the Downtown Development Authority, I might do so. When I look at his address, he probably in the first ward. Yeah, 5817 DuPont, I seen. Okay, but now the Miss Donahue, through you, Madam Chair, to Miss Donahue. Have you got any kind of resume?
Yes, sir, I did submit my resume.
Huh?
I did submit my resume to the
During
DDA,
the
so I'm not sure why it's
clerk
not included.
process?
Just, no, for this appointment resolution, so I'm not sure.
And
why
is
it's-
it attached to my
No.
documents?
It was not sent to me with the,
Beg your pardon?
the resolution did not come with an attachment.
The resolution.
If I could,
On the back of the resolution for Manapee is a resume.
For
I want to
clarity-
see if we can research that. I mean, I'm gonna support you. I know how that works, but I don't know if I'm gonna do it now until I check on that, because I want to treat everybody the same on appointments for resumes. Now, what this other 5 folk do, that'll be their business. Through you, Madam Chair, was you trying to say something, Ms. Donahue?
much like the other resolution, depending if you postpone it to committees or
I
move
can't
it,
hear you.
whatever you decide to do with it, I would make sure to have my resume attached. So if it goes back to committees or you move it,
Say that again. I'm trying to hear you.
She's gonna get the resume.
I'll have my resume attached the next time it appears on the agenda.
So you want me to make an amendment for me to special affairs or see what they do here?
However you want to do it, I'll just make sure that the next time it appears on the agenda that my resume is attached.
Okay, and once you
And-
got one, it's easy to attach for different appointments, but I'm just thinking, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but my knowledge and experience from being on this council, I know it seemed like whenever we got an appointment, it was something making me think it should always be a resume attached. Would this be different? Maybe, maybe not, but that's where I'm thinking. You ever heard them talk about that rule through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Donahue?
Yes.
Okay. And so you saying that it could be a resume coming forward, even though we didn't have one for the appointment?
Correct.
Okay, so it would come before we have to vote in council meeting?
Correct. If you move it to council, I'll make sure it's included on the council with the agenda packet.
Okay. And so I'm not going to separate them under those circumstances. I was going to separate it and send one to council and the other. Then I looked at it close. I'm like, this is you, but I don't want to treat folk differently. So I'm gonna ask to separate it, or I'm gonna abstain and then wait to see what happens.
Are
So
you-
we'll see what the rest of the council do.
Are you asking to separate it, or are you just gonna?
Yeah, I
wait?
want to separate it and stop it by special affairs.
Okay, so is that a motion that I'm hearing?
I mean, it's a motion on the floor. If you can separate it without objections, I would ask that. And if you could send it to special affairs without
All right.
objections, I would have none.
We'll go ahead and separate it. We'll vote on them separately then. Davina, I know, or excuse me, Ms. Donahue, I know would like to say something.
This is with regard to the other appointment. The appointment came from the mayor's office, but when we checked our legislative records for the person who's being appointed, replaced, that would be Adrian Walker, we have a different term for him. So I would just want to get with the administration. Again, you can still move it by the time you had it done. If
Point of information. You talking about a third appointment now?
No, I'm talking about the one for Montel Menifee.
Okay,
it's showing
I'm
that-
really struggling to hear and understand
I'm
what
sorry,
y'all
I'm-
be saying.
The microphone doesn't have a cover on it, so I just hear myself breathing a lot. So, Mr. Menifee's appointment term ends on the the resolution that was submitted. It says to expire February 2024, but our records show that Mr. Walker's term would be expiring in 2023. So we just want to make sure that we have the right term of office for Mr. Menifee. But I could get with the administration between now and Monday.
Point of information. Do you want that one stopped by special affairs?
My suggestion would be that we stop them both by special affairs with both of them having issues.
So you're gonna order both of them without objection?
I mean, I think we should vote on it, but yeah.
What do we do with the motion on the
So,
floor?
okay.
We gotta deal
So
with the.
hang on, Mr. Mays. Okay,
Beg your
so
pardon.
hang on. So we have the motion on the floor, which is it's presently to send to council. Because it's been restated, Ms. Priestley can withdraw it. We just have to make sure that everybody consents to that.
I'll withdraw that motion.
Does everybody consent to the withdrawal?
Well, you can order it withdrawn without objection.
According to the council rules, we have to go off of council members present being able to support the majority. So that has been withdrawn.
But
I have
once
not
it's been
heard,
seconded,
you can still withdraw with the support of the council members.
but don't we have to vote on the withdrawal once it's been seconded? So that's why I say you can order
That's
the withdrawal
That's why,
without objection.
Mr. Mays, that's why I'm doing this right now. So Ms. Priestley's asked to withdraw it. Is there any council member who, objects to the withdrawal? Okay, the chair will entertain a motion to stop appointment 220, Well, the chair will entertain a motion to send appointment 220516 and 220517 to special affairs.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Mays,
I think you can order that without objection.
Mr. May, we're going to vote on it. Janelle we got to vote on it. Janelle gave me the advice that we vote on it. We're going to vote on it.
We in a
We
committee
got to have a
meeting, right?
motion. We got to have a motion.
Point of order.
What's
We in
your
a
point?
committee meeting,
I
right?
understand that, Mr. Mays, and I have ruled on the point of order, and the
Well,
point
then
of order
You got an
being,
objection. If you don't want to object, then we'll vote on it, but I.
and
know
that's
Madam
why we're
Chair,
voting. Thank you. Go
I'll make
ahead.
a motion to move the appointments, scroll down from them
To special affairs.
to special affairs.
All right, is there a second?
Support.
All right, it's been moved and properly supported. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
If you didn't have an objection, I think you could order it without an objection. You was the one had an objection. You want to vote, that's fair, and so forth and so on. I think when you review the tape of the last meeting, different recesses you call and different objections.
Okay.
I mean, these rules and the way you ruling on them is killing me. I don't see no consistency. And so I'm gonna ask that you be very careful and that you study and learn. Maybe I'm right, maybe you're wrong. But see, some of these things ain't gonna just play out on the council floor, I think, as we starting to know now. Some of them are moved to other arenas. I've seen it from Cape Fields to what's
Mr. Mays,
happening
please
with
state
this
your
council
name.
now.
Mr. Mays,
Beg your pardon.
please state your name to the motion, which is to send the appointment 220516 and 220517 to special affairs.
Madam President, I don't appreciate you interrupting me. I don't appreciate you belittling me. I am germane to the motion. When you talk about procedural, that's part of the motion. When you talk about the procedural way of doing business on a motion with or without objections, whether you talk about the application of the rules, I just would really wish that you had more tolerance with me because you don't know it all. And to interrupt me as I'm talking about the procedural aspect of a motion and an objection to try to say in the public arena, stay germane, that wasn't necessary. And so what's gonna happen, you're gonna cause some fights on this council floor that ain't necessary. And I done seen council people come and go, fooling with me, trying to belittle me and talk condescending to me.
Mr. Mays, as I've previously stated, please state your name to the motion, which is the appointment 220.
Madam Chair, that's the second time you done did that.
And Mr. Mays, this is the second
Now, I
time.
ain't cussing
Mr. Mays,
and I ain't, point of order,
Mr. Mays,
point of order.
what is your point?
When I got the floor, Madam Chair, quit repeatedly interrupting me wrongfully.
Mr. Mays,
Now, you want me to get into a long diatribe with an appeal
Mr.
to
Mays.
talk about what you're doing, fooling with me? I could have been done.
Mr. Mays,
You done
this
interrupt
is
me
the second
twice,
time.
talking
Mr.
about
Mays.
stay germane, and I'm talking about an objection or a motion.
Mr. Mays.
Now, when Miss
Mr.
Priestley
Mays.
leave and I get up, then I'm gonna leave you sitting here. Because
Okay,
she
Mr.
didn't ask
Mays, I
to
have
be
to rule on your
excused.
point of
And I
order.
can show you better than I can tell you.
Mr.
You're
Mays, I
not
have
gonna
to
keep
rule on your
playing
point
with
of
me.
order. Mr. Mays, I have
Talk to
rule on-
yourself.
Okay, Mr. Mays, I have to rule on your point of order. Again, this is the second time that I have asked you, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we have broken quorum at 9:59. We are adjourned.